o'clock, and we will start the Washoe County Board of Commission meeting for August 28th, 2018, and we will start with a salute to the flag, and we would ask Lieutenant Colonel Ben Johnson to please lead us in the salute. To the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much, Lieutenant Colonel. We appreciate you being here, and we're looking forward to hearing what you have to say. All right, with that, we'll go to Madam Clerk, the roll call.
Marcia Bergbiegler, Chair.
Here.
Kitty Jung, Vice Chair.
Present.
Bob Lucy.
Here.
Von Hartung.
Present.
Jeannie Herman.
Here.
County Manager John Slaughter.
Present.
Assistant District Attorney Paula Pirelli.
Here.
I'm Nancy Parent, County Clerk. You have a quorum, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Appreciate it. And we will start with 3 presentations. Mr. Manager.
Madam Chair, our first presentation is item 3 on the agenda. This is Congressman Mark Amodei providing a presentation and update from the Congressman on federal issues. We invite him to come on down.
Good morning and welcome, Congressman. We're glad to see you this morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair. For your record, Mark Amodei representing Nevada's original congressional district. Thank you for your generosity in allowing me to be on your calendar. I know it's a busy one, and I also want to thank you and your staff for, I feel like I'm in this room at least once a week for the whole August recess between RTC meetings and veterans town halls and stuff like that. Commissioner Hartung was here, and I think the first one to make sure that we didn't try to carry any mementos out or anything else like that. And I think everything was intact and we didn't break anything while we were here yet. So I want your record to reflect that we did say thank you. I want to update you on a couple of things that I think are kind of front and center in what we're doing with what the commission's involved with. And then obviously if there are any questions by any members or staff, anything like that, then obviously we're here and are happy to have a two-way dialogue. I want to start out with the lands bill. We've been engaged in that. You've been engaged in that. Our impression of where things are at right now, and having done a few lands bills, and I remember saying to Commissioner Lucy on more than one occasion, aren't lands bills fun? It's an iterative process. It's an evolving process. There's in a county like this where you have one of the largest urban areas in the state, as well as some of the most rural areas in the state, you've got a lot of moving parts to coordinate with people and make things happen or not happen the way they do. And so, as far as we're concerned, there's no expiration date, there's no whatever. When we get the go-ahead from the Washoe County Commission and the support from your 2 city councils in your county, then we go forward. That doesn't mean that that's the only thing that happens. Obviously, there's discussions with federal agencies, there's discussions with citizens group, there's discussions with tribal groups. There's a rumor there's one north of here that the road to Burning Man goes through. I don't know if there's any truth to that. But anyhow, it's a process that takes time. So we remain committed. I want to give a shout out to your staff and the way that they've dealt with it. They've been great to work with. And so we continue to follow your lead in that process. And as far as we're concerned, things are proceeding fairly normally for what is a complex lands bill where you're trying to do a lot of things. And when you only do it so often, then it's like, you know what, it makes it even more important to try to get things somewhere in the neighborhood right. I want to conclude that by saying, though, that the most successful public lands bill, in my opinion, in the history of the nation was the Southern Nevada Public Lands Management Act, which was pretty much a Clark County thing. Oh, and by the way, you should know Clark County is working on a lands bill, too. And guess what? It turned 20 this year. And so when we talk about a well-done lands bill that talks about how you dispose in an orderly fashion of federal property that is surrounding urban areas, as well as doing the right thing by resource issues and rural areas and frontier areas, that quite frankly, that can be a pretty neat thing. I don't need to tell any of you that there are benefits from SNPLMA that extend all the way up here, some of them in Washoe County in terms of doing resource projects and stuff like that. And so, as you figure out what size best fits Washoe County, then it's something that we probably should expect to take some time. And so, as far as we're concerned, the process is chugging along the way it should be, and you're being inclusive and making sure you talk with all the people you need to, and we'll look forward to continuing to work with you on that and see what those efforts produce. Lands bills generally, you should know that the Pershing County Public Lands Management Act, which is the first one that attempts to deal with the checkerboard along the original Central Pacific right-of-way, has passed the House and had a hearing in the Senate. We are hopeful that the fine women and men in the United States Senate deign to do something with it before the end of the year, since this is the end of the 115th Congress, and anything that is not passed by December 31st basically dies a natural death and has to be reintroduced and start over again in the 116th Congress. So that's an update on the most recent one. We continue to work with folks that are with federal government agencies, state government agencies, your staff, your county manager, and other folks on keeping an eye on what's going on in Swan Lake in terms of how to, what are we going to do with the water and what's going on out there now and what's the plan for next week, next month, that sort of thing. Once again, a work in progress. We continue to communicate with all folks involved to make sure that the oversight of the federal agencies involved is appropriate and timely, so that anything that the county needs or your constituents out there in that area need in the way of federal assistance or whatever is available, and they are fully engaged with their resources in your process. Virginia Street project is probably the number one priority we've got going as far as in CD2 in terms of trying to make sure that that has its best foot forward for funding, so that as you grow your transportation, sophistication, technology, et cetera, services, that the story with the buses and stuff down there continues. We are in full support, and I can't imagine what would happen that would change that. But if anything changes, obviously, we'll be in communication. Spaghetti bowl.
One of our favorite topics.
Yeah, mine too. Let's just say that we're in communication with the State Department of Transportation and making sure that they understand that there are federal things involved in that, like funding and things like that, which when you start talking about what your plans are, that we think it's a robust and appropriate thing to communicate with everybody who's affected by those projects. And if anybody wants to ask a more pointed question, Madam Chair, I'd be happy to respond to that. Let's just leave it at that for now. Finally, one of the things on our radar screen is you talk about the resurgence in the economy in western Nevada and the Truckee Meadows in particular, and we talk about the different pieces of puzzle in the surrounding counties, like what's going on in Story County, what's going on north of Reno in terms of development and industrial development and other things. One of our concerns is, for the first time in my adult life, when we talked, in the old days we talked about, well, what kind of shape are schools in, what are we going to do about water, what are we going to do about the typical things, the challenges that confront planning and zoning authorities such as you. For the first time we're talking about, okay, so we've got some folks that are coming to the area that are bringing with them jobs that pay a living wage, but quite frankly it's becoming more and more of a struggle for affordability for housing for those people. And so it's something that we're keeping a close eye on, and also interacting with rural housing authorities, your housing authorities within the county here that are county specific, to make sure that we try to identify everything that is available in terms of assisting the area. As you folks are the ultimate planning and zoning authorities. We will never challenge you on that. But I do think it is our job to provide as many tools as we can for you to meet those challenges, and for the people that are attempting to meet those challenges from the private sector in this jurisdiction. So with that, those are kind of the top line things that we've got going, but I'd be happy to address anything else that's on your mind, Madam Chair, or any of the other commissioners or staff.
Thank you, Congressman Amodei. We're so excited to have you here today, and thank you very much for your wise words of what's going on in D.C. Well, I know that there's some commissioners who have some questions, although nobody has put a sign up, but I'm sure they will. But before we get to them, let me ask you just kind of a general question about the overall region in northwestern Nevada. There's been a lot of talk about what do we do about the growth in the greater region, not just the Truckee Meadows. And so I wonder if the wisdom of the congressional delegation, if they're looking at that, if they're talking about how those kinds of things, the federal money comes to those different types of growth programs, is that even an issue at Congress yet with all the other stuff you have going on?
Well, first of all, I guess I can tell you that the communication on many issues between the Senate delegation and the House delegation is sparse. I don't think I'm sugarcoating anything. I'll just say that there's not much discussion of that. I can tell you that when you look at Nevada and its 4 congressional districts, with 3 of them centered in Clark County, quite frankly, I can have the Northern Nevada Caucus meeting in a phone booth, and it doesn't even really need to have a phone in it. I'm not saying that, lamenting that. I'm just saying that happens to be the fact. And so we have taken the approach that, both from an appropriations perspective and also from a resource perspective, that we obviously never want to be in a position where I come before you to say, here's what we're telling you what to do, because I think your planning and zoning authority is a kind of sacred thing where you don't want somebody from Washington, D.C. making those decisions for you or attempting to make those decisions for you. That's what you're elected for. That's what Mr. Dene tells me the public comment period is for, although he's got some concerns about when it is because he's a busy guy. But anyhow, so I can tell you that what we're looking at in terms of that is when we look at the various grant and funding opportunities in existing funding streams. And I'll be honest with you, the reason that we look at existing funding streams is because it's easier to try to plug more resources into an existing stream than it is to create a new program. Obviously, we also work against the thing of the moment, which is no earmarks,
Right.
which I think is, it's like, listen, earmarks happen. If the legislative branch isn't doing them, which the Constitution says something about appropriating, then the executive branch does them. And that's not a previous administration, this administration thing. It's, hey, the executive branch does them regardless of whether it's a Republican or Democrat. So to think that it's not happening is at odds with my experience in watching how that flows. So we try to put money in existing streams. We try to put our thumb on the scale within the bounds of what the rules happen to be right now, so that we can continue to basically respond to what the decisions are of in this instance, the Washoe County Commission, the Sparks City Council, the Reno City Council, to basically build the community that you folks think you ought to be building in your role as the chief stewards of planning and zoning in the county areas. So we need infrastructure to continue to grow in a responsible manner. There's been talk about an infrastructure bill. I don't think it'll happen now before the end of the year, because quite frankly, there are other things that are also on the top half of the radar screen that are up more. But when we talk about funding for transportation infrastructure, when we talk about funding for regional transportation infrastructure, funding for affordable housing, funding for all, medical related things, then listen, that's all on the deal, is basically how you pay the bills. So that's why, quite frankly, even though I have not historically been a money guy, that we sought and obtained a seat on the Appropriations Committee, because the other part of it is we make a lot of our money through the oversight process. And when you're on the Appropriations Committee and you say, hey, Federal Highway Administration, we'd like you to come in and give us a briefing on what you're doing on the Spaghetti Bowl project and whatever. Because you're on the Appropriations Committee, they tend to show up and give you the briefing, and which allows you to exercise appropriate oversight. And so a lot of the tools in my toolbox, if you will, are not, here's how a bill becomes a law. It's, I want to do oversight, and I want you to come, for an instance, the latest one is, we'd like the FEMA folks to come in and tell us why it's so hard when you've burned almost 750,000 acres in this part of the state to get their attention on something. And so guess what? That's under Homeland Security, which is Kristen Nielsen. It's like, guess what? The guy in Oakland's got an invitation right now to please come to Northern Nevada and take a look around the outfit and see who you're saying no to and what and why. Because quite frankly, when it's 85% federal, and you talk about multiple use issues that affect everything from your tourist economy in here for the stuff that's going on BLM land north of here right now, or somebody who grazes cow-calf on federal lands, or somebody who, we got to go to those folks to get room to grow. It's like, quite frankly, we think that's fairly important just because we didn't burn down the wine country or some houses. So I hope that's responsive.
It's great. Thank you, Congressman. I think my overall concern, and I think probably this is true for all the commissioners, our overall concern is all the things you've mentioned, plus water in the closed basins, plus all the other things that are issues that we have to deal with here as we're seeing this massive growth. And I think also it's important for all of us to remember that the spaghetti bowl is not just negative for the people who live in Reno and Sparks and Washoe County. It's negative for everybody who drives through Reno. Even if they're heading to Fallon or Fernley or wherever they're going, that spaghetti bowl is a royal pain all the time. And so it impacts everything that we do here in this community. So essentially that's, I think one of the areas that we're concerned about. But thank you for your time, and your comments are great.
Message received.
Thanks. Commissioner Hartung?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And who doesn't like a good bowl of spaghetti? Congressman, I just want to thank you for coming. I appreciate it. This is our third visit now, and I'm actually hoping that before you leave that we'll be able to have a deeper conversation. I'm interested in a couple of things, and I want to thank your staff. Jose and Molly both have reached out to me. I've not had an opportunity to talk to Molly yet, but the Congressman and I had a brief discussion about the possibility of working a deal with Amtrak to move people from Washoe County to the Tri-Center, and how that might be accomplished, because they do have some rights on that line. And so I do thank your staff for reaching out. I did have a conversation with Jose, as I said. I don't know where we go from here other than just talking about how the pieces might fit together. Beyond that, I want, and I don't know whether you have time, but I'd like to invite you to talk to several people in the region about wastewater and effluent management, and some of the advances that are being made with the Water Innovation Campus and the pilot program that we have down at STEM Wharf, and we've got another pilot out in Spanish Springs that's treating water right at the wellhead. I think that this is pivotal for us, for all things, including closed basin management, because at the end of the day, we'll be using water more as a resource and putting it where it's needed as opposed to disposal. So I believe that this is the only path forward. We cannot continue to use the most precious resource that we have in northern Nevada beyond our population, which is water and wastewater and effluent management. I would love to, to host you on a tour. In fact, this Thursday afternoon, I'm going to see our Chalk Bluff facility to look at how we treat water there that's coming off the river proper, and all of those things tie together. And I'm hoping ultimately for some federal assistance potentially to change the way our region looks at wastewater and how we treat it, and put in some very, very advanced plants that have advanced technology. So I look forward to that conversation.
I can tell you here in front of witnesses, Madam Chair, through you to Commissioner Hartung, that we'll have you on the calendar within 30 days. And if it needs to be a 2-hour on the calendar, then we'll do that.
Wonderful.
For those two issues.
Great.
We'll probably have some back and forth before that so that we both, or not you, but so that I show up and whoever I need to have with me shows up ready to basically have an intelligent discussion on it.
I genuinely appreciate that. The other thing, and this is not a prod at anyone. Can you talk to us just briefly about Shimkus's visit to Yucca Mountain and what's happened there? Because I believe that we are going to get a program at Yucca. I personally believe that it will be a reprocessing program. I don't think it's going to be this, sort of billion-year storage. I've talked to a number of people including my son, who was a chemical engineer, master's in polymer, who spent time at Los Alamos National Labs working on nuclear projects, and the repurposing of that material has great value and could be maybe even the biggest business. It could be Nevada's oil business, no different than there is one in Alaska. And so my question is since we know we're going to get it, can we make the deal for Nevada? I mean, it is going to, we're going to get it. It's not if, in my opinion, it is not if. This is not to say, well, we just don't want it, so we're not going to get it. I believe that acknowledging that the federal government owns some 85% of Nevada is imperative for everyone.
I'll tell you what I'll do. First of all, I'll give you our latest update memo. I'll forward it through Mr. Slaughter for the commission members' perusal, which is our analysis. We're going to copy what the latest existing one was, but the shortened version of that is this. And this is just my view. So if somebody wants to take offense with my view, please feel free to do so, but I'm not speaking for anybody other than myself. But in the 7 years I've been there, in the first year I was there, I happened to be on the floor during an appropriations subcommittee markup on the Energy and Water subcommittee. And I watched people, men and women, Easterners, Westerners, Democrats, Republicans, all walks and whatever, because bipartisanship is something that is kind of a word these days and not much else back there. Stand up and praise the chairman of the Energy and Water Subcommittee of Appropriations for putting $25 million back into the budget 7 years ago to finish studies at Yucca Mountain. Since then, there have been some votes from time to time. John Shimkus happens to be a West Point graduate, represents a district in Illinois, and is a subcommittee chairman on the Greg Walden's committee. They think it's a pretty important committee. I should know the name right off the top of my head. It's Energy and Commerce. And so John's been out to Nevada a couple times. He's a frequent guy who's, if you go to congressionalrecord.com and Google Yucca or nuclear waste, you'll see that somebody has been on the floor of the House of Representatives almost every week talking about Yucca Mountain. And so when it gets voted out of, when the bill that was ultimately passed earlier this year gets voted out of the Energy and Commerce Committee 42-4, something like that. I'm not saying they're good people, they're bad people. I'm saying 42 is a lot more than 4. And you don't get to 42 on a committee vote without having Democrats and Republicans and Northerners and Southerners and whatever voting for it. It is my opinion that, and by the way, the bill itself had the lowest number of people that voted for one ever in the most recent vote, and there was only 360 some odd people out of 435. And so, and I've said this publicly before, we've been talking with Congressman Shimkus about, listen, what's an appropriate thing to do in Nevada? Instead of just, hey, how much money you want? It sounds kind of like how much to spend the night, which is not a great way to proceed. And having been in the legislature before, if you give the legislature a couple $billion to say, here, now go away and shut up, then my experience has been that we tend to spend it. And it gets, when it's gone, it's like, oh, now we got to find a way to fund that now that the first $2 billion's gone. No disrespect, but I think that's the history. So we had an amendment prepared which says there's already reprocessing research going on at UNLV. You need to make that the reprocessing research center of the nation. Yeah, it's probably an earmark, but guess what? You've earmarked Yucca Mountain, so earmark that. We also probably need to have our hometown team be the compliance people for purposes of resource issues and all that other sort of stuff, and that happens to be the Desert Research Institute. Nobody leave the room and say that the Desert Research Institute asked for that, because they will be in a lot of trouble with the governor. Okay? So that was my doing, not their request. But it's like, quite frankly, they've got a worldwide reputation as being a pretty neat outfit on science and resources and things like that. We want them to be the compliance people. Then we asked for them to do some planning on I-11 because, quite frankly, the bill had routing information about Las Vegas into it, and the parliamentarian's office had what I will generously describe as a little bit of a brain cramp and went, oh, that's not germane. And it's like, well, it's germane when it's in Clark County, stud, It ought to be germane when it's up in the northern part. Because quite frankly, I don't think the Californians are going to welcome it down I-5, and there's a few facilities in Washington State and Idaho, many of them defense-related, that are going to be shipping. And so guess what? I don't think they're going to welcome it with open arms on I-5. And by the way, the people of the Truckee Meadows might have some thoughts about it coming through their communities too, whether it's 395 or, you know, Interstate 80. I'm assuming that some of these people behind me and some of them in front of me might be going, you know, if we got to pick, maybe we don't want it coming through here. So you probably ought to start talking about other areas and what you're going to do. They have since been tuned up on that because that amendment didn't get made in order by the Rules Committee, which I won't go into the whole story now, but let's just say the parliamentarian's office has found Jesus. So we were able to put the research funding bill for a portion of the bill in the appropriations bill, Mike Simpson's one, for energy and water, as well as the DRI portion for oversight, went into this year's appropriations bill for energy and water. The routing piece did not go into energy and water because, quite frankly, it probably doesn't belong in there. And the other one is the folks up at the university, my request, not theirs. We've got a building up there that's contaminated with radon or something like that happened as a result of federal government, something in the 20s. And so it's on the National Register of Historic Places, and it takes about $10 million to clean it up. And so even if you tore it down and carted it away, it'd be really expensive. But there's a remediation way to basically clean the building up, allow it to be on the National Register, and people don't have to worry about walking in or around a radiation-contaminated building at UNR. So those were the things that we have talked about so far. My goal in that was to plant the seed that there are responsible things you can do in Nevada. And since it started in the House, when it gets to the north side of the building, of course, those people like to do things bigger and better. And it is my view, quite frankly, and it'll be my last, the reason the Senate isn't going to deal with the bill is because it's no secret to me, there's a senatorial election going on in Nevada. And so if there were votes to kill it in the Senate like there used to be in the Harry Reid days, then guess what? I'm guessing Mitch McConnell would schedule it and Dean Heller would be the hero of We Said No to Yucca Mountain. Which tells me that when you talk about senators like Durbin from Illinois, Schumer from New York, Feinstein from California, Murray from Washington State, which all have significant inventories of that stuff in their states, that quite frankly, now that Senator Reid is the retired Senator Reid instead of the majority leader, that the votes are there to do it when it comes time to get it out of his or her backyard. If I'm wrong, it's good news, but that's my speculation. We'll give you a copy of the report. Of the last memo on the status of it. There's a slim chance they might try to vote it after the election. I just don't think with what'll probably go on in a potential lame duck that getting that rolling 2 months earlier is probably going to get to the top of the heap.
No, and thank you, Congressman. And again, my questions are couched at understanding the federal government's position.
I think the train's coming.
Yes, yeah, and so
Or the truck or the whatever.
yes.
Or both.
Transportation,
Yeah.
yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner. I don't see any other commissioners who have any questions, so I will let you go with that. And
Thank you, Madam Chair. We look forward to working together with you, and we owe you some appointments and some memos on some things, and we'll get back to you.
all
Thank you.
righty. Thank you, Congressman. Appreciate you being here. Mr. Manager.
Madam Chair, next item is item 4, which is an appearance, Lieutenant Colonel Ben Johnson, Commander, Sierra Army Depot, Herlong, California.
Welcome again, Lieutenant Colonel. Nice to see you here.
Thank you. Thank you to the board for having me and my wife Debbie today. Just here to tell you a little bit about Sierra Army Depot, raise your awareness, let you know we're part of the community. I was going to bring a propaganda video that we like to show folks, but it's not quite enough time today. If you want to go to YouTube and look it up, it's got about 1,000 hits now. We're trying to break the internet. Half of those are mine. But so I've been a commander at Sierra Army Depot for about a year. We do 2-year command tours in the Army. So unfortunately, we're going to depart in the middle of next summer. Our family has fallen in love with the area. We live in South Reno, off Mount Rose Highway, near Galena High School. Reno's made our top 3 list of places to settle down after the Army's done with us. The other 2 are near my family in Eastern Washington and near Deb's family in Richmond, Virginia. So we'll see. Could be a bit yet. You may not be able to tell instantly by looking at Debbie, but she was an Army officer as well. She retired. She's a medical service corps officer, a social worker, a lieutenant colonel, just over 20 years in the Army. She retired in 15 and has been working at home raising our kids, 9 and 5-year-old boys since. They all go to Huntsberger Elementary, great schools up there. Deb was great at her job. She loved serving in the Army. I think she loved the Army more than I did. And I actually had a battalion commander about 10 years ago that wanted to trade her for me. That's no kidding. He actually tried to do that. So I'm a Gonzaga University grad, and I followed the NCAA tournament, basketball tournament, pretty close. I'm sure you guys did as well. I must say the Wolfpack had a pretty good run. That game against Cincinnati was unbelievable. UNR is probably pretty lucky, you alumni in here, I'm sure there's a few, that Gonzaga didn't come to the Mountain West, because that could have been kind of ugly for y'all. But I'm sure next March we'll probably meet again. You know, so I avoided football because that's kind of a sore spot with the Wolfpack crew, I know. So I'm here today to increase awareness, like I said, about Sierra Army Depot with the community. We're pretty embedded with the community in Lassen County, where we're based. We want you to know we're partner with Washoe County, and we want to see it grow and thrive. Excuse me. We also want to thank the county for their support to Sierra over the years. And lastly, I want to increase awareness about the depot to make sure we are able to recruit and retain a quality workforce, which is getting tougher as the economy gets hot. And I know a lot of companies are having the same issue, and local and state governments. Most of you probably know where Sierra Army Depot is. We're about 60 miles north on 395 in Herlong, California. Like I said, we're part of Lassen County. Susanville is the county seat, so we go up there fairly often, but I don't think we come down here quite as much, and the awareness of what we do is as high here. Our site was selected in 1942 because of its remoteness, protection from attack from the coast, and standoff distance for safety because we were designed as an ammunition depot. And that was our primary mission until 2005. And now we're a multifunctional logistics support base. Today, we don't store any ammunition at Sierra Army Depot. But if any of you have been out there, there's about 800 ammunition storage bunkers, and it was chock full of ammunition until 2005. So we're part of the industrial side of the Army, a network of 23 Army depots, arsenals, and ammunition plants. We fall under the Army Material Command. That's a 4-star general based out of Huntsville, Alabama. And then our direct headquarters is the Tank Automotive Armaments Command based out of Detroit, Michigan. It's a 2-star command, and that's my direct boss. Since 2005, we provided a myriad of logistics support to the Army and to the Joint Force to increase their readiness. We're kind of a job shop, if you want to call it, in the Army depot world. The heavy hitters do long-term projects on big vehicles, and we do some of that, but more of the smaller projects that, and our customers are DoD entities mostly. So one big thing we do is we're the boneyard for old Army equipment. So much like Davis-Monthan Air Force Base in Tucson, Arizona, they store the old planes for the Air Force. We have about 2,200 M1 Abrams tanks sitting out in the desert amongst a ton of other equipment. So that's more than the active duty Army and National Guard has in tanks. Now, most of ours are at the end of their life, waiting to be rebuilt, or some of them scrapped amongst the other equipment, but they are stored there, partly as a strategic reserve. In total, we have approximately $13 billion worth of Army equipment out there, which would surprise most people. We issue all of the clothing for the Army Reserves. We do that by FedEx and UPS, and we're actually the largest FedEx shipper in the Army. We rebuild equipment such as water and fuel systems. That's our specialty. We're the place that gets done in the DoD. And then we build things like armor kits for Humvees, or rebuild them mostly, repaint them, sandblast them. So we have a lot of painters, welders, those types. We also have a 10,000-foot runway out there, Amity Army Airfield, if you're not aware. The 152nd Air Wing out of Reno here, and multiple active duty units love to use the airfield because it's ease of use for scheduling and capability. It can handle all military aircraft and commercial aircraft up to 747 size, which we've had land out there. So That's a kind of a big deal, especially as the Reno airport starts to get congested. There's been talk over the years of maybe utilizing that, both by Lassen County and this county, I'm told. So the scope of the employees, we have about 1,400, about 1,200 Department of the Army civilians, about 200 contractors. That's scaled at any one time. We've had up to 300 to 400 contractors over the years in the height of the war. Around 350 of our workforce are veterans, and all are DA civilians and members of the Army profession. So they're not soldiers, but they're part of the profession. So it's kind of a lifestyle. We have very few active duty, approximately 5, including me. We have about 10 to 15 mobilized reserve soldiers at any one time. We bring those on normally for hard-to-fill jobs. We hire them much like civilian folks, and we pay their salaries and everything. There's a good amount of Sierra Army Depot alumni in Reno and Susanville. I keep running into them everywhere I go. At a Chamber of Commerce meeting several months ago, I think there were 3 in a crowd of 30, which surprised me. Business owners mostly. About 40% of our employees live in Nevada, and our constituents are yours. About 60% live in California, mostly in the Susanville area. A couple good things for you to know and your constituents to know about Sierra. The things we do to help benefit the community. We're hiring probably 20 to 30 positions at any one time, sometimes more than that. White collar, blue collar, entry level, management. Some of our hard to fill areas are IT specialists, like everybody. Security personnel, logistics program managers, warehousing specialists. Tesla has hired multiple of ours away. Average annual revenue at Sierra is approximately $220 million. We operate much like a nonprofit business in the government sector. The system of 23 of them has to kind of break even in the Army. And recent economic assessments estimate that Sierra has a $450 million economic impact to the Nevada and California areas. We invest about $25 to $30 million a year into the infrastructure of the base. So many of your local contractors know about the contracts we award on the government Fed Biz Ops system. We've been doing that probably for the last 10 years. It's an old World War II base, and the infrastructure needs work all the time, and roads. We also have opportunities for partnerships, both with our public to private, public to public, with our airfield, and we actually at some points can have our employees work for private businesses if we want to maintain those skills, which is a unique thing. So if my bosses were here today, they would make sure I told you that the one big thing that the Army needs at the national level is consistent and reliable funding to help improve Army readiness. And that's DoD wide probably. And you always do what your boss tells you, so there you go. I'd like to invite you all to come out and tour the base. Most folks are amazed at what goes on at Sierra Army Depot when they get out there. You can't see it from the highway. We had Commissioner Herman out in the spring, and I believe she'd tell you it was worth her time. So that's all I really had prepared for you this morning. Open to your questions if you have any. No?
Oops. Thank you, Lieutenant Colonel. We appreciate it. It's interesting information to realize how close it is to Reno, and yet it's not something we spend a lot of time thinking about and looking at. So it's good information. Commissioners, any questions, any comments? He wants to drive a tank.
Drive a tank?
Yeah.
That's funny you say that. That's probably our biggest request.
I bet it is.
Right behind it is coming out to shoot guns. It is possible to drive a tank, actually.
I'm not so big on the guns are fine.
Sure.
Anywhere. Driving a tank is.
Yeah. Driving the tank is tougher. We could surely get you a ride in a tank. Take you some training to drive the tank. But yes, we could probably arrange that. Tanks. They're everywhere out there.
Thank you, Lieutenant Colonel.
Yes.
We appreciate you being here, and thank you very much. And thank you for your service to our country and also to your lovely wife. Thank you very much for your service, and we appreciate everything you guys do.
All right. Thanks again for having us. Thank you guys for your support to Sierra
bet.
and to the Army and the nation. Appreciate it.
Have a great day.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Manager.
Madam Chair, next item is an appearance. This is Bobby Thompson, Reno Air Race Association, with a presentation and update on Reno Air Race Association, and I believe possibly even this year's event.
Good morning.
Good morning. I'm Tony Lagatet, actually here with Bobby. I'm the Chief Operating Officer and Chief Financial Officer out at the Reno Air Races. Bobby is our VP of Strategic Planning. And we're here to kind of talk about this year and talk about the races and our partnership with Washoe County. We realized that we haven't actually, I don't think, been here in this building to talk to you folks in quite some time. And so we just wanted to get more involved, come out and tell you what we're doing and talk to you a little bit. We were happy to see the video out front of, it was actually, I can't remember his name off the top of my head, but it's one of our racers out there, and that was great. It was great to see you guys promoting us on the TV out front, and we just appreciate it so much. We are also both board members at the air races, and we're going to talk a little bit about what we do and what we bring to the area. As everybody knows, I think this is our 55th year here in Northern Nevada, and it's going to be great. I hope everybody back there and out there has gotten tickets already. If not, give us a call. But I'm going to kick it over to Bobby now to start the presentation. Thanks.
Good morning.
That was a little high for me,
Yeah.
and I am standing up. So side to side or top one? There we go. So as Tony mentioned, we've been remiss in not being here for a while, and we do want to acquaint you with all the things that we're doing that we believe are significant and important to you as county commissioners. And Madam Chair and Commissioners, thank you so much for your time. So some of our guests that attend this, we believe it's very important to note that their average stay is almost 4 days. And the fact that most of them are transient, we all love to have those tourists come to town, leave their money, and then go away and not bother us, right? So we think we're accomplishing that. And if you notice that the local hotels certainly benefit, and certainly the Reno Tahoe Airport has a significant bump during that week. That economic impact per respondent, obviously is pretty important, over $2,000. So what are the demographics of those people visiting? So you can see the age is a nice age to have in the area. You can see that most of those households are fairly, mid to upper income homes, and most of them have achieved higher education, which I find very interesting and important that those are the folks that we're bringing to your county. So what's the economic impact? Through an independent study, we found that back in 2016, that economic impact to your county was $91.7 million, not a small number. In 2014, that impact was only 66.4. So it looks like we did pretty good in those 2 years, and we hope in the 2 years since 2016, it's even more significant to your county that we've been able to bring that kind of funds into the community. If you noticed, in 2018, we were also Best of Reno, one of the top 5. We found out yesterday, a gold winner. We appreciate that so much. And we're also being noticed on a national level because in a USA Today poll, we were named one of the top 10 air shows in the country. So we think we're doing a pretty decent job. We can always do better, and we'll always consistently try to improve. So where's that money spent? It's always fun to break it down and see where it's spent. I find it particularly interesting that you're spending more money on food and drink than they are on rooms. I'm not quite sure how that works, but I do find it interesting. They're also doing some shopping and definitely seeking out entertainment. And important, of course, to all the transportation modes in the community, $24.3 million. So that is very important to us and to you, and we hope that you understand those numbers, and we'll certainly be happy to answer questions.
Top button, right?
Side.
Oh, that one. Okay. Back up. All right, so next we are going to talk about the job creation. So the result of all the money that comes in through those people who come from out of town. The study found, as you can see, there's 700 full-time jobs, but the big number is the 1,000 jobs to our area that we generate. And it was an incredible number. We were really proud of that number when that came out. Here we have a list of the groups that we benefit, because as a nonprofit and as located in Northern Nevada, we're part of this community. We love this community. These are a bunch of nonprofits. You'll notice the Washoe County Sheriff. We have the SBU, SMART, and CERT groups out there, and they all go out there and do some different things for us out in the airfield, and we make contributions back to them. Our total contributions are typically somewhere in the $50,000 to $60,000 range for local groups, and those are cash contributions. That doesn't account for the ticket donations we make so that folks can have their silent auctions and stuff like that to raise money in that way as well. But we love this community, and we love to give back as well. Something that we started filming in 2015 and airing in 2016 was our NBC sports programs. And in 2016, we did one show, and it was an hour-long show that aired in 2016, and it went over well. Steel came in, their chainsaws and all kinds of yard tools and home tools. They came in, and they were really interested in becoming a partner and taking this on a national and international level through that broadcast sponsorship. So they have been an incredible partner. And in extending into 17, we actually had 3 shows. And then in 18, we did 3 shows, and we ended up with 4 re-airs, actually, of the shows. So the footprint is constantly expanding. It's getting better and better, and we expect it to grow again next year. You can see all the impressions and all that good stuff that's listed on the slide there. But we're excited about moving that forward. Another piece that we've done year over year, and another part of our just being involved in the community and really trying to educate folks about aviation. And part of our mission is to perpetuate air racing and the spirit of air racing, but it's also to inspire the next generation of pilots and people who might be interested in aviation in general. So it's really important that we keep this educational piece going. Traditionally, we've had roughly 3,000 to 3,500 students come out Wednesday through Friday, most of which come from the Washoe School District, but some come from outside or homeschool, Boy Scouts, Girl Scouts, that kind of stuff. This year, we're actually going to have over 6,000 students out in 3 days. So there's a little bit of anxiety as to how that's going to look, because it's a lot of kids, but we have everything in place and we're all set. We're really excited to get that many kids out. It's just a really important part of what we do, giving back. And, oh, hey, there we are. So, as we wrap up here, I just want to give you a little bit of information and invite you all out. First of all, I just thank you for letting us come out here and talk to you. Appreciate being heard. As I said, it's our 55th year. We have a great show coming, the almost full race field, give or take 1 or 2 dropouts. We have the Patriots jet team coming out this year. They are a civilian performer, but 4 out of the 6 pilots are actually ex-Thunderbirds or Blue Angels. They're all volunteers. In fact, they're performing in California Sunday afternoon, but they were so excited to come out that all of them said, yeah, we'll do 2 shows in one day. So they're going to fly here, perform in the late morning, and then fly over the hill to perform Sunday afternoon. That's how excited they were to come to Reno and perform. We'll also have a World War II demo team out, and aerobatic performers, a jet truck blowing flames all over the runway and all that kind of fun stuff. Thanks to the RTAA, and I saw Richard J. is here in the audience. We have a brand new runway, our main runway 826, and that is completed and ready to go. So we're really excited about that. And having sent the pictures out to all the pilot classes, I know that they're all really excited about it too. So it's just going to be a wonderful year. And as we move into next year, we just want to keep this dialogue going, stay involved with the county a little bit more than we have in the past, and hopefully talk more about kind of expanding our partnership and just getting together with you all more often. So thank you very much. And if you have any questions, be happy to answer.
Thank you very much. I grew up in Reno, so I grew up with the air races, and it's just been such an interesting experience for me to see how it's evolved and changed over the years. So I'm looking forward to the program being really wonderful again this year, as it always is. Commissioners, any questions, any comments? Commissioner Hartung?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Tony, tell me, how many other air races are there in the United States?
Well, there was one in Ely back in June, and they just did the Formula One class, which is one of our 6 classes.
Okay.
So we race everything from the little biplanes up to World War II warbirds.
Everything, exactly.
So
the
ranging
unlimiteds.
from a couple 100 miles an hour up to 515, 520 miles an hour.
Yes.
And something a lot of people don't realize is that it's wingtip to wingtip. So it's not like Red Bull where it's one plane going around a pylon on a time trial. This is 8 planes going around a course racing against each other. In the country, that's the only one I know of, actually.
That's kind of what I
Yeah.
thought, actually, and that's where I was going.
Yes.
This is unique
It
to
is.
Northern Nevada right now. I will speak just for one member on the commission. I don't know what we can do to help you guys, but I want to make sure that you never go away.
Thank you very
away.
much.
You're a legacy event for us. You've been just a fixture. I did not live here when the event started. It used to be out in Spanish Springs at
Yep.
Sky Ranch.
Yeah, the first 2 years.
Where actually I live. In fact, when I first moved to the valley, there was still an airstrip out there.
Really?
Yeah, there was. It was right along the highway. There was
Yeah.
the remnants of a strip.
Yeah.
This is Reno. Reno is air racing.
Yep.
And so again, I don't know what
Yeah.
we can do either individually or corporately, but I certainly don't want to see you go away, and I want to hear no talk of you heading south.
Absolutely. We do not want to go away. We want to stay right here. This is our home. We've been here for 55 years. We don't want to go anywhere.
Thank you.
And you're right. It is absolutely a national treasure.
Thank you.
It
Thank
is,
you,
and I
Madam
think
Chair.
Bobby wanted to.
Madam Chair, if I may?
Certainly.
It is very, thank you very much for bringing that up. As an aviation consultant and airport manager, I have traveled in many countries, and anytime the word Reno comes up, you'll hear the word races right next to it. So I think what you said is absolutely true, and actually, for this type of air racing, it's the only place in the world.
That's great, really great. Any other commissioner comments? Thank you guys very much for bringing your presentation. It's good to see you again, and we're glad you're here before us. And I second what Commissioner Hartung said, that we don't want you to go away. So thank you. You
Thank
guys
all
have a
very
great
much.
day.
Thank you. You too.
Mr. Manager.
Madam Chair, next item is item 6. This is an award. This is the Transfiguring Adoption Awards honoring Yvette Clark as 2018 Foster Parent of the Year, which is a recipient as presented by the Human Services Director, Amber Howell.
Good morning, Ms. Howell. Nice to see you again today.
Good morning, Commissioners. Nice to see you as well. For the record, my name is Amber Howell. I serve as the Director for the Human Services Agency right here in Washoe County, and this is probably one of the best things I'll have done all year. This is the star, actually, for the day. Her name is Yvette Clark. And on behalf of Transfiguring Nevada, the Human Services Agency is honored to announce that Yvette Clark of Reno was chosen and selected and given the Best Foster Parent Award for the United States, right here in Washoe County. So what an honor, truly, right here in Washoe County, to have someone named the very best for foster children. Yvette has fostered for more than 10 years right here in Washoe County. Just to put things in perspective, there are 892 children right here in Washoe County that are in the foster care system. Clark herself has transformed the lives of 2 very young children who struggled with feeling worthless and hopeless and were bounced from birth home to foster homes and to adoptive placements. In addition to that, she has helped transition children into an adoptive home where they continue to thrive even today. We are honored and grateful for Ms. Clark's unwavering kindness and love she has provided to numerous foster children within our community. Her compassion and dedication to Washoe's children is absolutely remarkable. Words can never express, from me personally, how much I appreciate her time, her devotion, and commitment to helping our children live happy childhoods and brighter futures. The Foster Parent in the United States contest is actually created by Transfiguring Adoption, which resources and combs through the entire United States to find the best of the best, and here we have her sitting right next to us. I also want to mention that Washoe County this year already has finalized 147 children that have become adopted. We have already broken the record for all of last year. And the reason we are able to do that, and we break records and we adopt more children because of people like Yvette. So thank you so much for all you do. We are so proud to have you in our community. Thank you. Here's your plaque.
That's beautiful. I'm really out of my comfort zone. I'm extremely honored to receive this important award as Foster Parent of the Year. I'm grateful to recognize and receive the work because I know that every foster parent in Washoe County is capable, if not more, of winning this award. I would like to thank Malik. Thank you, Malik. For nominating me and making this also possible. I would like to also thank special workers that have been in my life for the past 15 years. Rachel McGraw and Sierra are just amazing workers, and I'm working with them now, and they go beyond and above helping me. Heather Winker, Cody Soap, my boss. My kids get so excited when I introduce her as my social worker because they're like, wow, Auntie has a social worker too. Barbara Jamie, Pierre, Raina LeBerry, and Megan Podner have been caseworkers that I've had for years because some of my cases have gone on more than a year, just to name a few. And I also want to say thank you to my family of being my backbone, and also agencies of foster parents make it easier for foster parents to do our job. Staff of Joseph, he is an amazing man in our community, and he does so much for our children. The Reno Rodeo Foundation and the Kids Cottage sure help us foster parents out. And I just want to say thank you for this room of people that are supporting me and all of Washoe County. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we'd be honored if you would grace us with a picture with you.
Okay.
Let's get in the center here. Yeah, let's get centered.
Let's go, John. Set them up. So we're gonna do this photograph, and then we're gonna ask everyone who's here to support Ms. Clark to come down and have a photograph with us. Yes. All right, here we go. Everybody look right here. Here we go. 3, 2. Now, everyone who's here to support you, please come down.
And Joan
Everybody.
has been a foster parent for special needs children
You guys that
for
are here to support
30
her.
years, 40,
Come on,
my
everybody,
inspiration.
come on down.
and she's still thriving.
Let's do a second row here from Miss Clark. Yeah.
Come on, guys, we have to dance now.
Come on, Will. Let's do a second row right here. Come on, Bob.
All right, we'll draw. Hold on, guys. All right, perfect. Get in here. Gotta get in closer.
Where are you gonna be?
Right there. After you right. I gotta find one too.
All right. Everybody
Thank you very much. What an honor for us as commissioners to get to have our picture taken with somebody that fabulous. So we really appreciate it, and we appreciate all of you being here today to support her and being here before us. And with that, we will move on. Mr. Manager.
Madam Chair, our next item is item 7. This is public comment. Comment heard under this item is limited to 3 minutes per person, may pertain to matters both on and off the commission agenda. The commission will also hear public comment during individual action items, with comment limited to 3 minutes per person, and comments are to be made to the commission as a whole.
Madam Clerk, I do not have, it's not up to show me who's signed in for public comment. If we could,
Try it again. Try refresh.
I was unaware of the procedure, and I would like to speak in public comment.
okay. Would you, yeah, just sign in?
Sorting that out, how about if I just go up there and start talking?
No, how about if you don't?
It'll be another 10 hours the way we're going.
I need somebody to come and
In the back of the room.
fix my, it's not on here, yeah. So. Oh, there it is. Good, now it's up. Super, thanks. Good. Thank you. Okay, with that, we will start with Ms. Tracy Davis. Good morning, Ms. Davis. Nice to see you this morning.
Good morning. Greetings, Chairwoman Burke Bigler, and Commissioners, and County Manager John Slaughter. I'm Tracy Davis, Superintendent of the Washoe County School District, and with me I have our Vice President, Melina Raymond. I won't take up much of your time, but I'm here today to ask you for support of Agenda Item 22. I can't stay for your presentation because, like you, we have a board meeting today also, but I have qualified staff to answer any questions you may have on that item. As you may remember, WC1 included many promises to our community, including the construction of 3 middle schools. I am so proud to say today that 2 of those middle schools, Desert Skies and Sky Ranch, are already under construction in Sun Valley and in Spanish Springs and are scheduled to open in August of 2019. The third is Arrow Creek Middle School, and that's why I'm here today. Washoe County School District is in its final stages of acquiring this land from the U.S. Forest Services, a process that started in 2004. There have been many public meetings with parents and residents, including the latest that I also attended, held this month. Forest Service public scoping and public comment periods yielded over 355 documented written responses, all publicly available online. 315 of which are in support of the middle school. We have met and listened to the concerns raised and incorporated several of the suggestions into the design of this new school. Drainage improvements, more than required parking, traffic improvements, and new landscaping and sidewalks were all discussed and designed with the residents and students in mind. This new middle school is anticipated to provide overcrowding relief of approximately 20 other existing elementary schools, positively impacting 10,000 students through rezoning of our 6th grade. This school has always been a part of WC1 plan, and I am committed to delivering on that WC1 promise. Our team is prepared to address any technical concerns you may have during the agenda item today, but I'm asking for your support in the name of 64,000 students we serve every day, and help me honor the promise we made to our voters and this community. But more importantly, let's continue to build a strong future for Washoe County, and that future are the students that we serve every day. So please support item 22.
Davis, we appreciate you being here.
Thank you. I would just,
Did-
my separate.
We're in public comment, so I can't. You need to sign in and sign in and get on the list.
Sorry, I thought I was part of her card, so.
No, that's not the way it usually works with public comment, but thank you. We know what you were going to say.
Believe it.
All right. Next on the list is Ms. Tammy Holdstill. We have a big list, so I'm going to call two names at once. The next one after Ms. Holdstill is Ms. Denise Ross. So if you would, as I call your name, come down closer, so.
I need the overhead, please.
Could we have the overhead, please?
Tammy Holt-Still, Lemon Valley Swan Lake Recovery Committee for the record. The water's still there. I'm still here. I'd like to start with one of the things that had been brought up when we first had our flooding back in 2017. Someone on the commission stated that the residents needed an education. Well, the residents have been getting their education, and it's time for the commissioners now to do their education. If I can find this online, so can you, and so can your staff. Here is a picture of the algae that is blooming and turning red over at the bird sanctuary. As you can see, it's a fairly large size. And there's more evidence right down at the dock of how red it is. Then you have your staff, who on Channel 2 News quoted, "There is a gate fence, so it's not dangerous to the residents, as long as they don't go past that gated fence." Well, excuse me, only one gate is on that thing, and they can go the other side of it, the back side of that HESCO barrier on property, and go around to it. Not only that, it's not only in that area. Besides being in the bird sanctuary, this is over at Prado Ranch, right off of Lemon Drive, out in the open. That's on the same area, but towards the back. It's really red also. Now, there's two issues. Number one, it's dangerous when it's wet. It's even more dangerous when it's dry. People can't get to it, as your staff states, because it's behind a log fence. Well, when it dries, it becomes airborne, and it's just as dangerous to people who have lung issues and respiratory issues, besides the wildlife. This type of thing, you have made Swan Lake a permanent lake without any type of proper filter system, something like you do with the lake, Virginia Lake. Virginia Lake's got a filter in the middle of it so that it keeps the water moving and it doesn't leave it stagnant, doesn't create all of the microorganisms that do this kind of thing. It's time for Washoe County and its health to start thinking of the health in the North Valleys. It's not just a city issue. It's not just city water. This is on Washoe County issue too. It is our health, and Washoe County has the responsibility.
Thank you very much, Ms. Denise Ross. And next will be Mr. Charles Stockford.
Thank you. I'd like to let you know, I'm not going to be saying a whole lot, but I'd just like all of your
Could we
attention.
have the overhead again, please?
Pardon me?
I was just asking the staff for the overhead again.
Okay, thank you. I'd like all of your attention, please, just for my 3 minutes, to take a look at our world. This is the man's house. Across the street, about 60 feet away, this is what he lives with. This is off Lemon Drive. This is the red algae. Brown, red, green. This is a picture of the fencing that Mr. Smith says is supposed to keep everyone out. This is right next to an elementary school. Kids really don't read signs very well, and it's really easy just to go right around here and walk, and you can jump right in the water. These are a few of the ugly pictures, things that we have to look at every single day that we drive down Lemon Drive. I think that all of you kind of have a sense of responsibility to help us address this issue. kind of heartbreaking, don't you think? What if this were your neighborhood? What if your kids went to school right next to where all of this algae will be drying up and blowing in their very direction? This one I thought was just fun, kind of really ugly. There's a lot of that out there. Here's some of the paw prints of some of the nature right next to where all of the red algae is. There's deer prints, antelope, raccoons, and they're going right to that water to drink. Red algae, not an issue. We'd like the results of the testing as soon as possible. We're concerned, and I believe we have a right to be concerned. Once again, this is our world.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ross.
Thank you.
And next is Mr. Charles Stockford, and then Miss Wendy DeMonte. Good morning.
Good morning. I hate to follow something like that. That's terrible. I've lived in Nevada since '55.
Could you state your name for the record, please, sir? Would you
Pardon?
state your name for the record?
Charles Stockford. I live on Quartz Lane in Sun Valley, and we have a problem out there that I've been addressing for basically 25 years. And I think Kitty has seen the problem out there, and it's still the same, and if not worse. People think it's a place to park cars and leave them, take parts off of them, and they're gradually blocking the road. They had people live in motorhomes out there, and they have one guy's living in a pickup truck with 2 dogs right on the street. And I've talked to Joe Hart. He's addressed the problem. I wish I had some of the pictures that he had, that he showed on TV, but nothing seems to be done about this problem out there. They come out there and take parts off the cars, they break the windows, they take the tires off, they pull the rear ends out from under them. And there's a motorhome out there that burned up last year, and since then they have stripped it to where all that's left is a bare chassis and a front end. The rest of it has been either discarded over the bank or taken to the junkyard for scrap. And I've been to cab meetings in Sun Valley when they had them about this problem. I've been to the health department, I've been to the fire department, police department, and code enforcement, and city management. Nobody seems to be able to do anything about this problem out there. And I think it's time that something gets done. If we don't have an ordinance to cover what this problem is, they need to address it real soon. They double park cars out there, pull the wheels off of them, and just leave them. And right now, it's a 1-lane road. Quartz Lane is a private road, but it's a dirt road, and the people that live up there have to address this problem every day. If you're going out of the valley into Sun Valley, you have to wait for somebody to go by. It's a 1-lane road because they've blocked it. The fire trucks would have a problem getting through there, and the ambulances, and I think that something should be done about this problem. Thank you much.
Thank you, Mr. Stockford. Miss Wendy DeMonte, and then Mr. Lee Nish. And please let me know if I didn't pronounce that correctly. Good morning.
Good morning. Hi. Thank you all so very much for your time. I really appreciate it. My name is Wendy DeMonte. I'm the Vice President of Advocacy and Community Partnerships at Renown Health. At Renown Health, we are proud to be our area's only locally owned, charitable, and not-for-profit integrated health network. Being not-for-profit means that all of our income stays here and is reinvested back into programs, equipment to improve the health of all of our communities. Chris Bossi, Vice President of Government Relations, is meeting with each of you to talk broadly about how working and partnering with Renown Health makes a huge difference in our community. And today, I'd like to share with you some specifics regarding our new Renown Health Needs Plan. This is a quick overview of our new partners that we will be supporting during the next 3 years. Our Community Health Needs Plan now has 9 new partners. They are Communities and Schools, Notable Music Therapy Services, Join Together Northern Nevada, Quest Counseling, Reno Sparks Indian Colony, Northern Nevada Hopes, Institute for Health Innovation, Community Health Worker for Healthy Homes, and Nevada Tobacco Prevention Coalition. The goal of this work is to reduce suicide in our community, particularly in adolescents, improve the health and food insecurity of Native Americans, find and treat people with prediabetes before they become diabetic, identify women before age 40 who are at risk of getting breast cancer, identify triggers causing severe asthmatic episodes in young children, and engage and assist local businesses in Washoe County to support and voluntarily adopt smoke-free workplace policies by introducing a smoke-free workplace ordinance in a city or county municipality. We will also be expanding our popular healthy concessions, which hopefully all of you have taken advantage of at Wolfpack Games, the Aces, 1868, even at Little League. We know families, all of our communities are there every night of the week with 0 healthy options, so we are trying to change that one sport at a time. And we've created an Exercise is Medicine program to get people out moving and taking advantage of the great outdoors that we offer here. More to come on that program for sure. All of this work will have a direct and meaningful impact on thousands of Washoe County citizens you represent. These partners each complement one another and expand existing relationships to create a web of support that will provide services, help, and treatment to people at various levels of need. To see the entire detailed Community Health Needs Plan, please visit renown.org/community benefit. The plan will be going to print soon. I'll be sure each of you gets a hard copy. And while these community benefit partnerships are impressive and impactful, they are just a very small sliver of the overall community benefit provided by Renown. During fiscal year 2017, our contributions totaled more than $119 million, including funding for research and education, community initiatives, and non-reimbursed healthcare services. Thank you so much for your time today. I appreciate you allowing me to let you hear some good that's happening in your community.
Thank you, Mr. Monte. And Mr. Lee Nish? Nish.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, I'm simply here to introduce myself. My name is Lee Nish. I am the newly appointed pastor of Sparks United Methodist Church as of July 1st. And we have a proud tradition in this community going back, I think, longer than 100 years, but we've been on the corner of Pyramid Way and Audi for, I believe, about 60 years. I just recently served our Napa Methodist Church over the past 7 years, and I just wanted to say that I was personally enriched by the collaboration we had with our County Board of Supervisors while my service was at that church. We introduced through Health and Human Services Circles USA, which is a program where we assign allies to help people walk through poverty. We were also very helpful in supplying locations for what we call the Hope Center. Again, it was an intake for our shelter services there. And then finally, and more recently, we collaborated with the county in bringing in some new leadership to use the federal dollars coming from Housing First to discover ways to house people who were homeless in the county. I'm simply here to say we want to do the same here that I experienced in Napa. Methodists tend to be folks who want to serve their neighbors. Washoe County is definitely our neighbor, and we're here to serve you. So I'm reaching out to you. Just reach out to me in any way you need to, and let's collaborate on some of the issues that are before us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Nish. Next is Mr. Kenji Otto, and then after that, Mr. Charles Johnson.
And for the record, Madam Chair, Mr. Otto has submitted some documents which I'll distribute to the board and make part of the record.
Okay, good morning.
Good morning, and again, my name is Kunji Otto, and I represent a small group researching the possibility of creating an unincorporated town in the Cold Springs Valley. We have, I'd like to emphasize researching and the possibility. We have presented a letter to the Commissioner Herman in hopes to have a couple of questions answered, if not by her, then possibly by the county district attorney, and if not by him, then possibly it could be submitted as a formal request for an opinion from the Nevada State Attorney General. The top item is the copy of the letter, and we've gathered what we feel is the necessary information for voters to make an educated decision, and we'll be concluding our research, and we'll be gathering to make a formal decision to move forward on this project. I'd like to suggest that the commissioners take into consideration the benefits of Washoe County taking on a program to encourage the creation of unincorporated towns within the county. Unincorporated towns may have many economic benefits that the county can benefit from, such as the diversification of communities, which may lure new opportunities and businesses into the regions of the county that may not otherwise be considered. Unincorporated towns allow communities to focus on the area needs and ideas that benefit them in unique ways. Tax monies can be spent more prudently with consideration and focus of the residents' wants and needs. Unincorporated towns can research and apply for grants to improve their communities. Personally, I'm trying to preserve a lifestyle I enjoy, being very aware that progress can not be stopped, but it can be guided, hopefully in the right direction. Currently, there are those who are of the opinion that the changes that appear to be coming, they have no official say in. This is an effort to allow the current and future residents to have a guaranteed voice in decisions of the progression of the valley. Thank you.
Appreciate your information. Mr. Charles Johnson.
Mr. Johnson has removed his name and will speak on another item later on in the agenda.
Okay, next is Miss Elaine Walker, and then Mr. Richard J. after Miss Walker. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you so much for giving me the time to speak to you all. I've been a resident of Nevada for 35 years. I presently reside on Thomas Creek Road, and we have been asking for years to have a middle school put for our children who are now 33 and 35, and obviously that didn't happen. And yes, I was 12 when I got married, but anyway. We're thrilled to have our community with a middle school. That is not an issue of mine. My issue is the detention pond that they want to put into the area that is for the middle school. And the pond is going to be under a fault line, and I understand they've moved the school 50 yards from each of the areas where they wanted to put it because of the fault lines that are there. I hiked up to Arrow Creek Parkway Road and saw where there were these big water areas, the pond, what do I say, the runoff from Saddlehorn that comes down into our neighborhood and floods our yards. We're getting more rain. It seems to be like the weather is changing. We have less seasons of dry weather. This last flood that we had, that goes fast. That flood that we had impacted our entire neighborhood where we had water up to our knees. And so my request is that you all take a hike, go up into the area where who is he? Go up into the area where the water drains, and we are in support. I volunteered in PTA. I was PTA president in 1992 at Elizabeth Lenz Elementary School. I have volunteered in our community. So I'm trying to be a good neighbor to you all and help you put the middle school in so that it will be a better impact for our community. Any questions?
Thank you. We can't take questions, but thank you very much.
And my kids went to school with Bobby. He went to middle school with my children.
I'm
so.
sorry.
No. I'm not.
Mr. Richard J., good morning.
Good morning, and thank you, Chair, Commissioners, County Manager. Richard J., today I'm wearing my SOS Washoe hat. I don't need to tell you that we are facing overcrowding and the situation's only getting worse. Enrollment numbers will be published soon. It looks like they'll break 65,000 this year. WC1 passed with 57% of the voters saying yes to new schools, yes to massive repairs, and yes to creating sustainable revenue source now and in the future. So far, we've seen expansions at Demonte Ranch High School, and this actually came in $7 million under budget. $40 million in school repairs over the last 2 summers. This is the most aggressive ever. New middle school in Sky Valley, new middle school in Sun Valley, new elementary school in South Reno. Plans for Wild Creek continue to move forward. The most recent proposed middle school at Arrow Creek is badly needed. Closest middle school is Pine Middle School, approximately 9 miles away. Parents asked for this new school, and it was presented during the WC1 presentations. Over 100 presentations were made. Location is great as U.S. Forest is selling them land for a mere $10 an acre. When was the last time we saw such a deal? I think Commissioner Jung wanted to get in on that and buy some land up there as well. We'll see what we can do. I attended the most recent public meeting, and the overwhelming number of parents were in support of the school. Objections included fire evacuation. Really, you think they're going to let the fire get that close before evacuating the kids? All schools do have evacuation procedure. Interesting, the retaining pond will create flooding. We did hear expert testimony, and they have actually shown that this will actually absorb runoff and help with the potential flooding, and it was redesigned, from what I understand, to meet some of the concerns. Traffic, they did revise plans, and it clearly planned for the increased traffic. This will reduce property values. This is probably the best one. Studies have shown schools actually increase property values. One was a good one. Why not just build on South Virginia on that big piece of land there? Well, it's privately owned, and if the owner was to sell, it'd probably go for about $12 million. See, 600 on one side, 12 the other side. I think we can clearly see what the best deal is. It's being built on earthquake faults. Well, most of Nevada is earthquake faults. Tell me where we don't have them. They did change the location to go between some fault lines, and the school is designed using the latest technology. It'll probably be one of the safest buildings in the area. Overcrowding is an issue. 6th, 7th, and 8th grade will be built there, having a huge impact on middle schools. Listening to supporters at the last meeting, it was clear 90% of them were there. I hate to use this term, but it's true, not my backyard. People need to understand this is our future. This is our students. This is all of our future. It isn't a rock crushing facility. It's not a casino. It's not bad for the community. Bottom line, build the school. Start it now. Let's stop wasting our time. Voters said yes to WC1. Construction costs continue to rise. Thank you very much. Have a great day.
Mr. J., you also. Next is Mr. Sam Dene, and after that, Mr. J.D. Klippenstein. Mr. Dene?
Sam DNA Dene, the heart and soul and the body and mind of Reno government. That's me. I've been to more meetings than all of you people added together. I'm an Air Force Academy graduate. I spent many years flying fighters and bombers defending our nation against enemies inside of the border and outside of the border. And since my airline, Pan American, was blown out of business by the terrorists, I find more enemies inside of the borders. Sometimes they're big issues, sometimes they're little. And I guarantee there's nobody in this audience, except maybe Tammy there, who knows what these people just did. What they just did. They have no respect. They have no respect for you, the audience, the citizens out there. I've been coming to these meetings for 25 years. Public comment, the open meeting law, the agenda always states that the citizens have public comment first because the citizens are taking their time off. You guys are taking, not everybody, but you're taking your time off coming down here. And thank you, by the way, for coming here, young man. Is he really, somebody ought to check his ID. That guy's really a lieutenant colonel. Oh my God, look at him. At any rate, and he should know this. They put, and I don't like to call it falderall. What he had to say was very important and very interesting. But citizens are in first place. Citizens are in first place. Public comment should be first. I nominated Mr. Slaughter there to be city manager, county manager, and I think he's behind this scheme with a bunch of them pushing his buttons. They're violating the open meeting law. Maybe not the open meeting law, but the spirit of the open meeting law. There's a little glitch in there where they said the falderall can come first now, and they're jumping all over that as bad as they can. 10 minutes, they can look on there, it says 10 minutes. You have no idea when to come down here if you want to have public comment. 10 minutes, the one guy, the congressman took 33 minutes. It says right on there, 10 minutes. What's with that? Thank you, sir, for taking your 10 minutes, and so did the airport. I mean, the air races. This is really disgusting. You don't understand how evil this is and so how picayune and childish and petty this is for them to do this. Does anybody understand what I just said? I mean, they have no respect for you, or you, or you, or you. Making you all cool your heels, want to come up here and speak. There's no use talking to you. You should all be impeached. You really should. Anybody who votes for any of those people up there gets what they deserve is all I can say. I used to like Mr. Slaughter. Him putting up with this doesn't seem like a big deal. It is a big deal to treat the citizens this way. Open meeting law complaint going in. Don't know if I can trust the Attorney General down there.
Thank you, Mr. Dene.
You're welcome.
Next is Mr. J.D. Klippenstein.
You're welcome.
Good morning. Welcome.
Good morning, Commissioners. For the record, my name is J.D. Klippenstein. I'm the Executive Director of Action. We're an organization here in the Truckee Meadows that organizes and mobilizes with faith communities and several dozens of other community partners. And we do so to address some of the most pressing concerns in the community. We've been working very diligently this year around the housing crisis. We have met with 3 of you, Commissioners Jung, Lucy, and Burke-Bigler, over 230 community members, met with you over the summer to discuss an affordable housing trust fund, which is why I'm here today to speak in support of agenda item number 20, which is requesting staff time to look at introducing or establishing an affordable housing trust fund in Washoe County. An affordable housing trust fund is a national best practice for developing and financing affordable housing in the country. There's 770 of them from the state level down to the city. In 2016, they created $1.2 billion in revenue that was invested in low-income and workforce housing. And I think particular to note that it is a very high leverage tool. A 2016 survey by the Center for Community Change found that for every $1 that a county invests into an affordable housing trust fund, they're able to leverage an additional $8.50 in other private and public financing. It's a good tool. It is a very good idea. And we're here. I know it's kind of a formality asking for staff time. I just wanted it to be very clear that this is an idea that has support in the community. So I'm actually going to ask everyone who's in this room who came here to show support for the Affordable Housing Trust Fund to stand. These are folks that represent dozens of the community partners that we work with who are connected to thousands of Washoe County residents. I just want you to keep that in mind as this conversation continues, and I thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Next, we have Ms. Daisy Rodriguez, and then Ms. Donna Klontz afterwards. Ms. Rodriguez?
Hello, good morning. For the record, my name is Daisy Rodriguez. I'm the outreach coordinator for a local nonprofit called Tu Casa Latina. Tu Casa Latina serves victims of domestic violence, victims of crime, and human trafficking with specialty visas and advocacy services. I myself have been an advocate for 7 years, and I started off at a shelter, and I now work at an agency that does a lot of legal work. But throughout that, I still advocate for clients, and we still do casework for clients. Throughout the 7 years that I've been doing this work, the housing market has drastically changed. And so what that means is that our clients are not able to live or move forward with their lives and live independently because they're not able to access housing. And so there's funds to pay for, there's transitional housing funds that can pay somebody's rent for 6 months. But what happens when that person isn't even able to afford an $800 apartment or a $700 apartment? Many times they go back to their abuser. And that has just been my personal experience with the clients that we serve. Of course, the clients that we serve are a very vulnerable population. Not only are they having the barrier of affordable housing, but they also have other barriers such as language, medical, health, and a variety of other, systems and oppressions that they face on a daily basis. And so for us, it's very important that housing becomes something on the forefront for our community, not only for the survivors that we work with, but for the collective well-being of our community as a whole. So we are here in full support of the proposal of the Affordable Housing Trust Fund, which is agenda item number 20. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Donna Klontz.
Good morning, Madam
Good
Chair
morning.
and Commissioners. My name's Donna Klontz. I am the Vice Chair of the Washoe County Senior Advisory Board and Chair of the Reno Senior Citizen Advisory Committee. Both of our boards have been very concerned about the housing situation in our community that's causing so many people to be desperate about where they're going to live next. Many of our seniors are on fixed incomes, and the rents are going up so high that so many of them are not able to stay where they are because they have to choose between whether they're going to buy groceries or whether they're going to be able to pay for their rents. So we became involved in the ideas around the community trust idea, and supported the City of Reno put that into place when Community Foundation also put theirs into place. We've come down to the various meetings to support the action group on housing issues because it's affecting all ages, many families, and especially our fixed income seniors. So we urge your support on item 20 today to get started with some more information for the commission on what to do with the county. I also wanted to tell you about senior games. Senior games are going on right now, and I was at archery today. This is my archery chart. I hit the bullseye. I never hit the bullseye on thing. Well, I did. I got a few 10-pointers, and so I've got my 2 medals for being in the 70 to 79 age range for ladies. We've had a little over 200 seniors sign up to play a bunch of different sports in our county. We were at Sierra Sage Golf Course yesterday playing golf. We're at archery today. We're driving go-karts in the next couple days, and we have our final our event at the end, the closing ceremony. So please, any of you that are around on Saturday, please come be my guest at the Snowflake Pavilion. Let me know if you're coming, and we'd love to see some of you come to the senior games and see what we did. So generally, our group, again, both the senior advisory boards, you've got item 16, which is the Older Americans Act funds for senior programs, definitely in support of that. Number 16, community assistance, homeless support of the shelters and the programs there, definitely in support of that, and the Affordable Housing Trust Fund number 20. So thank you so much for your time and your work. We look forward to working with you on all of these important things.
Thank you, Ms. Klontz. Good to see you. Next, we have Ms. Karen Foster, and then Mr. Sharif. I think it's pronounced IFES, but if he will correct me when I get here. Ms. Foster? There you are.
Good morning, thank you. I'm Reverend Karen Foster, minister of the Unitarian Universalist Fellowship of Northern Nevada. And thank you, commissioners, for the opportunity to address you. And thank you for all that you do for this community always. I'm also in here, pardon me, here in support of agenda item number 20. As Unitarian Universalists, we embrace seven principles, the first of which states that we believe in the inherent worth and dignity of every individual. It's a principle I think we will agree that we can all embrace, and it leads us to do the justice work that we do. We are very concerned about the situation that we find ourselves in this community. While the growth that we are experiencing has some wonderful components, it also has its downside. And the housing crisis that we are experiencing right now is the great tragedy of that growth. As we know, many can no longer afford to live here, and they're getting pushed out by rising rents and housing prices. Housing is a right and not a privilege. Every person has the right to have access to affordable, livable housing. Today you are preparing to consider what could be a small measure and a first step in mitigating this crisis that we're in. And as you prepare for this, I would ask you to consider, what are the values that will guide you? What do you, in this position of dawning responsibility, want our community to look like 5 years from now, 10 years from now, 20 years from now? What sort of community do we want to leave to our children and grandchildren? Do you want Reno to be, Washoe County and Reno, our area, to be mostly upper class, not at all racially diverse? Restaurants and hotels closing because they can't find workers because the workers can't live here? Do we value our diversity? Developers in this community and developers coming in from the outside are making millions on the backs of low-income Nevadans who cannot find or afford housing in this current environment. Many, many communities facing this same situation require developers to either build affordable housing as part of their proposed plans or contribute to a fund for affordable housing. This is a measure that we must consider as soon as possible. But back to today, agenda item 20, I ask again, what do you want your legacy to be? What sort of community do we want to leave behind? And do you want to leave behind as your contribution to life in Northern Nevada? We're behind the 8 ball on this issue. Let's make a start on it today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Reverend Foster. We appreciate you being here. Next is Mr. Sharif Ifas. Please tell me how to pronounce that.
It's Elfas.
Elfas, okay. I knew you'd been here before, and I'm thinking, I know how to pronounce this. Good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Good morning, Commissioners. For the records, my name is Sharif Elfas, and I'm the president of Northern Nevada Muslim Community. I'm here in support of Agenda Item 20, which is the first step to establish a county-level affordable housing trust fund. It is no secret that Washoe County is facing a crisis, housing crisis. Housing costs skyrocketed, and residents are struggling to find affordable and, most importantly, safe housing. This affected the entire community, which the Muslim community is part of. It has been a normal trend now for us that I receive requests from multiple community members to assist them with rent payment because it increased almost 20 to 30% over a couple of months. They simply cannot afford it anymore, and they are full-time working people. What alternatives do they have? Should they move out? Do we want them to move out? Do you want them to move out? Channel 4 did a report in April 2017 with the title, High Rent in Reno is Pushing People Out. And what did we do from that time? This is why we at Northern Nevada Muslim Community have collected almost 200 pledge cards indicating how significant this crisis is, and it is on everybody's mind. While this crisis is a problem, in my opinion, it's a good problem to have because it stems from a success of other branches which they economically develop. However, this problem because we either did not see it coming or elected to ignore planning for it. Time is now. While I'm sure there are many solutions out there, I believe that establishing a trust fund for affordable housing is a great solution. Most importantly, it has been tested before. There is an abundance of proven housing trust fund models across the country that Washoe County can draw from in order to create a fund that best suits its need. There is a crisis, and the question is, what are we going to do about it? I urge the Commission to actually consider the establishment of this trust fund, and as I always say, there is nothing worse than doing nothing. Thank you.
Appreciate you being here. Next is Mr. Tobin Bechtel, and then Mr. Tom Hammond. Good morning.
Good morning. Yes, for the record, my name is Tobin Bechtel. I am the new head of Sage Ridge School up near Arrow Creek and neighbor of Hunsberger Elementary School. I'd like to state for the record first that we are definitely in support of having a middle school as our neighbor, as our front yard neighbor. Unlike Mr. Jay stated, though, in his comments, I don't think he has his facts actually correct. We would like to see a school there, but we'd like to see it done correctly. There are some major difficulties in the wider context of having a middle school on the Forest Service property, which I think we can solve, but not enough work has been done to do that yet. The major issues in the wider context are within transportation and especially in evacuation routes. There is a bottleneck on Arrow Creek Parkway, which is extremely dangerous. And my understanding is that there was a wildfire there 2 years ago that basically caused backups and inability of being able to get down to the bottom of the hill. I don't care how quickly you call an evacuation, it is going to get backed up. I don't know how an Arrow Creek development was made with one entry and one exit. There are supposedly evacuation routes from the top of the mountain. Those are basically blocked. I've done running up there. For traffic to actually get out of that area would be a disaster in the making. So I think that's something just in terms of health and safety. In a regular day between Hunsberger and Sage Ridge, there are well over 800 cars trying to get in and out of a single stop sign intersection. There is no access being provided from Arrow Creek Parkway, I'm not sure why, into the new site. Instead, there is a north-south roadway connecting between Crossbow Court and Thomas Creek, which is meant to be a double-lane entry and exit with 3 schools bottlenecking into one place. Just like some other people have done, I invite you to come up at 3 o'clock to 4 o'clock and just take a look about how long it takes to get in and out on a regular day with no emergencies happening. On top of that, at Thomas Creek, there is a fire station that needs to have access getting in and out. Both have stop sign intersections. The current idea of putting in a stoplight for a firehouse for access to be able to get up to schools, not adequate. So my major restriction is we would love to have a middle school as a neighbor. We have been in this community for 20 years. We believe that we serve a segment of this community that is very important. We are very good neighbors with Hunsberger. We would welcome a middle school there, but please do it right. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Tom Hammond.
And
Thank you, Mr. Hammond.
Madam Chair, Mr. Hammond has given me some documents for you, which I will pass out and put in the record.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Board. My name is Tom Hammond, and I'm the Lassen County District 5 Supervisor contiguous to Commissioner Herman. Sierra Army Depot is in my district, and I'd like to thank you guys for your support and recognition of the job they do. It's quite a job. Also, I'd like to congratulate you guys on the handling of your economic upturn. It can't be an easy job. I look from afar and you guys work hard at it. In vein of that, we are in the initial stages of widening and improving Highway 395 north of us here. We think it'd have a great impact on Washoe County and Lassen County. I know you guys have a lot of distribution centers, and the truck traffic on 395 is greatly increased. So we're working with the Office of Economic Adjustment and the planning of improving Highway 395 from Hallelujah Junction north. We'd actually like to take it all the way up to the Oregon border. So as we get further into this project, we're just 2 or 3 months into it, we'll come back and we'll get on your agenda, and our consultant will go over everything that we're thinking, and where you guys could help, we'd certainly appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. It's good to see you this morning. Thank you. And next is Miss Nora Prochaska. And please correct me if I pronounced that incorrectly.
For the record, my name is Nora Prochaska.
Prochaska.
I'm here in support of addendum item number 20 in the establishment of the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. We've all heard it said this is an affordable housing crisis. That means action now is vital. When I say vital, I mean that literally, in that there were close to 30 people homeless and houseless who died last year alone due to exposure and conditions exacerbated by homelessness and houselessness. And these are lives we could have saved. You and your predecessors could have saved by establishing trust funds like these and programs like these. That's all I have to say. Thank you for your time.
Appreciate your time this morning. I see no more public comment. Anybody who wanted to speak but didn't get signed in, I see no more public comment, so we will close public comment and bring it back to the board. Mr. Manager.
Madam Chair, next item is item 8, which is commissioners, county managers, announcements, reports, updates, requests for information, or topics for future agendas.
Okay. I have no one signed in. Commissioner, Vice Chair Jung.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I do have a few announcements. One is I went with the organization of Miss Susie Valdespin to the Ronald McDonald House, in which Nancy Leuenhagen was there, Cecilia, Maria, Val. Who am I missing? Of course, I'm going to miss somebody that I said all of us. But we went and brought food. Oh, Mr. Slaughter brought brisket and popped it in the oven. We go to the Ronald McDonald House and bring a home-cooked meal for the parents that are there taking care of their sick children. They stay at this house and probably get really sick of convenience foods and even restaurant food. So I was proud to be a part of that, and we got some nice pictures of it, and they were very appreciative. So I want to thank Susie Valdestein for putting that together. Also, the Western Nevada Development District, in conjunction with us, put on their 4th annual statewide economic development conference. We were there, Commissioner Lucy and the chairwoman, myself, Slaughter, staff, were there for Monday night for the president's reception, in which Washoe County was the sponsor. So it was hors d'oeuvres and drinks and speeches, and very well attended. As I said, it's northern and southern Nevada now, because next year it will be in Henderson. I also was able to be the opening remarks speaker one day. This week, in conjunction with this Affordable Housing Land Trust, I will be going on the Reno's Last Resort community tour. I would encourage the rest of commissioners to do this too. It's about an hour long, and it's organized by the activists who are working to help people that are houseless and to really see what's really going on more than what we see even just driving around. And then I wanted to say too, Renown, she left, but Renown has been a tremendous partner with the District Board of Health. They helped us do our community needs assessment so that we didn't have to fund the entire study, and just enjoy working with them as well. And that is all I have today. Thank you, Madam Chair. Oh, and for the algae bloom, it's not the district health that's looking into that. We hired an outside consultant, and probably will have results by tomorrow. So I just want to put that out there as a public service announcement, and that will be released immediately. So thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Jung. Commissioner Hartung.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'll start with a bit of sad news. We had a school bus versus motorcycle fatality on La Posada yesterday. And what I'm going to ask staff for is, and I know we don't do formal RSAs or road safety audits, but I think that we need to really visit that. La Posada has continued to climb in terms of its traffic. It's not that the road can't handle the traffic, it's the way that businesses and outside ingress egress points access the road. So I think that's really the question that we have to ask ourselves. And the tough part is that Save Mart got limited by NDOT. This is going back well before us. Got limited by NDOT as to its ingress egress points, and so we were forced to utilize La Posada. It's almost impossible unless you're going, in fact, not almost impossible, it is impossible unless you're heading north on Pyramid Highway. There's no other way to get out, and you have to head back north. So it's one of those things that we're going to have to look at. I also saw another accident. This actually is City of Sparks, but at the Centex development, again, the way that NDOT has forced traffic onto Pyramid Highway, I can think of several words that I will not use, but
thank you.
They were all good words. They weren't. There was no foul language in any way, shape, or form. But it is beyond me as to why they force people to come out of that Centex development at and people are traveling 55 miles an hour, typically more, and they've got to get over immediately into that left lane to make a U-turn on Dolores, and it's just, again, it's just beyond me why this is in. And again, I know this is an NDOT issue, but we need to apply some pressure to NDOT. They have not released the name of the victim. My heart goes out to them. That was next. Thank you, Commissioner Jung. The family, I know they're heartbroken at this point. The bus driver, I know, was shaken up. These kinds of things are just not good for anyone. So my sincere condolences. On a different note, Manager Slaughter and quite a number of others, we had an opportunity to go to the Children's Cabinet dinner. It was well attended in their auction. They auctioned off a beautiful puppy. Blessedly, my wife was not there. She saw pictures of the puppy and said that our dog needs a sister. So it was good. It was well attended. I had an opportunity to take a tour through STEM Wharf and see the advanced treatment pilot program that Nevada Innovation Campus is working on. I'm telling you, this is our path forward. This is truly our path forward, where there will be no more effluent at some point. That's the whole key, is that we only have highly treated water coming out of all of our treatment plants. That's the end game as far as I can see. I would also, I'm not trying to pile more work on staff. This is a question that we've asked before about bringing back code enforcement. We really do need to talk about code enforcement. The gentleman talked about the abandoned vehicles in Sun Valley. I would ask that you call 311 and report those. It's just from any phone, just dial 311. Let's get the SO out there. Let's see if we can get this solved. And I mean, I know it's an issue. I don't know what to do just initially. I haven't heard anything about this. Back on May 8th, I asked staff, and this was a conversation, by the way, I had with staff ahead of time to do a funding analysis in terms of a gap study, which will, a gap study, it's the study to understand infrastructure needs, where we have gaps in funding and where developers may participate in places we may not be able to condition beyond their impacts. So I know there's a whole bunch of things that one thing was mentioned, by the way. So we have a gap in affordable housing. Maybe we can ask developers to participate in those kinds of things. That would be part of that gap, okay? So I'd still like to see that come back. Now on a very happy note, NACO. At our NACO meeting, the governor's chief of staff, Mr. Wilden, came and spoke to us. Mr. Manager, I think we're going to need to have them come back at some point, or come to us at some point. They informed us, they gave us this letter that Washoe County will owe $1.916 million this fiscal year for a difference in Medicaid payments that have been pushed down from the feds to the state, and now the state wants to push that down into our budget. So we have we're going to have a $2 million bill for Medicare and Medicaid. This is not a question of is Medicare and Medicaid important. This is a question of who pays. That's right. This is essentially comes as an unfunded mandate. I see this as a federal program. And this is one of the things. These are one of the things that I think that we should talk to Congressman Amodei about. But I would like to have him come and just have a brief conversation with us. At this time, that is all I have, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Hartung. Commissioner Lucy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the opportunity to speak this morning. It's been quite some time since we were together. in this room, so I have quite a bit to cover. August has been, as much as we haven't been here, we have been extremely busy and doing a number of different things. It's almost catching up. A couple things I want to kind of address with staff that I'd like to see hopefully come back or just get some updates from staff. I've been getting quite a few complaints or concerns in regards to containers again, specifically in Washoe Valley in the Franktown Road area. I have a couple of subject properties out there that are challenged with them. Where does our code lie? And it seems to be, I've directed the individuals to our CSD, but if we can get an update, basically on where we are with that code and what we're doing. Waste management, I've had some discussions with waste management. We are still having some problems with some of the rural areas, some of the more rural areas in the South Valleys, such as, and I shouldn't say rural, but some of the more challenged areas are off of Toll Road, and also, and we need to figure out how we're dealing with some of these roads, because I know in Commissioner Herman's district and also in mine down in the valley, a lot of these areas were serviced by smaller trucks in previous years, and now they're changing things again on for some of these service routes. So just like to work with state, hopefully continue to work with waste management to address some of these concerns. Really quickly, Mount Rose Highway, for my residents that live up on Mount Rose Highway, we have been in conversation, Commissioner Hartung and I, through the RTC about the safety and challenges that we're seeing on Mount Rose Highway in regards to speeds, development, a mass of people that are coming on and off of that highway. Our NDOT is finishing and currently has been conducting a study. We'll be finishing that in the next month or so, hopefully with a report to us by August in regards to impacts and how we can address some of those safety concerns in that area, because it is a state highway and they are the lead agency. We have to take their lead with this, but we have been absolutely 100% diligently writing them to provide us with some more information about how we can mitigate some of the challenges on Mount Rose Highway. As it goes to the housing issues, we've had a number of wonderful things have happened in here in Washoe County in regards to housing. Reverend Karen Foster, who spoke, she said, housing is a right this morning. And she's absolutely right. Housing is a right. It's something we need to continue to work on. And we have done some amazing strides. But it's not as necessarily the housing for those, but it's housing for our homeless. And I want to point out our director, Amber Howell, who's been working diligently on some housing projects for the homeless. And that in her work with the state and her agency, we've been able to work towards procuring the Nevada NAMS campus, or the Nevada Mental Health campus on Galletti, to work towards a program with addressing some of the homeless in our community. We're going to expand our housing for women and some of the most vulnerable people who I consider our children. She has done a tremendous job with that project. It came in front of the Community Housing Authority Advisory Board yesterday, which is represented by all three entities, and was unanimously passed. And so the county is going to take a lead in really helping homeless, and especially women and children in our region, for many years to come, thanks to her work and the work of this governor's office. So we're really proud of that work that she's done there. Also, I had the opportunity to join Ms. Howell and our Human Services Agency, our district attorney, our Second Judicial Services, a public defender, alternative public defender, on Adoption Day. And let me tell you, of all my days and years in service here at this, the most moving day was to spend time with those individuals. You want to talk about true heroes, you want to talk about people who really give everything of themselves, meet a foster parent. Meet these people that take and open their homes to these children that have the most challenging of situations. I sat in a courtroom with one of our family court judges and Judge Robb, and she allowed me to sit and view the proceeding of meeting, actually going through the true and finalizing the adoption of these foster children. And to see the transition from these foster parents to these adoptive parents, it breaks you down to the most emotional part of your soul. I couldn't keep my eyes from weeping. I was emotional. And try to speak was impossible. And so I want to thank Mrs. Howell and her staff and all the departments that participated in Adoption Day. As we heard earlier, we're at a record adoptions this year. We have done a tremendous job. We still have another adoption day coming up in November. I would urge every commissioner to get out and see this. It is tremendous what these people do, and see these families and see how it impacts the lives of these. I met a NICU nurse who adopted a child that needed a home, and that she took care of. These are different things. These stories that you hear, it's tremendous that you hear this. So take the time, meet these individuals. They are true heroes within our community. A couple more things. I always like to call this a season of events here in Northern Nevada. We've had kind of kickoff to the beginning of the month was, we had our PGA Tour event at Montreux Golf Course, which was a Barracuda Championship. I want to thank Mr. Chris Hoff and all of his staff and everybody. The event went flawlessly. We had a wonderful turnout, record fundraising, record donations, record field. It was great. Even with the smoke that we had in those couple weeks, we still had a lot of people come up, and it was actually pretty nice because all the smoke settled in the valley. It's pretty nice up there in the foothills. Yes, and Commissioner Hartung came to the rescue and fixed the broken pipe, and through his ability, he was out there with a hand wrench, doing the whole thing. And then following that, we had a wonderful attendance in Hot August nights. So I'm looking forward to some great events. Commissioner Jung was just at the media day for our balloon races. There are great balloon races that are coming up here in the beginning of September, along with the national championship air races. So once again, I feel remiss if I didn't mention all those events as the chairman of the RSCVA, but these are wonderful events. They bring a lot to our community, and we really appreciate all those attendants. So thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Lucy. Commissioner Herman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to thank Commissioner Lucy for stepping up and offering his help to the folks from another county across the border. So thank you very much, because that is a real, I think it'd be something we could work together on and make something very good and useful. And thanks to our county manager for getting the two gentlemen on the agenda today to speak, because like I say, again, working across the state line is very useful sometimes. We have some people of very like minds there that are in the county that's right next to District 5. So anyhow, thank you very much. And in answer to Mr. Stockford, I think I would like to ask Commissioner Jung if we could work together on concentrating on getting Quartz Lane cleaned up, maybe? Work with the Sheriff's Department? Yeah, okay. So that was number 2. The gentleman that was here looking to get information and help on maybe possibly having an unincorporated town in Cold Springs. I'd asked Mr. Liparelli if he could keep me posted on how he's going to advise them. Okay, all right. So we'll look forward to that information. Okay, so There is a gentleman that lives in Sun Valley. His home was burnt to the ground, well, not burnt to the ground because there's still the remains standing there that he's taking down, but he has, his home's burned down, but he has a large RV or trailer that he's living in presently. His home burned in December, and they had power, and everything was working okay until I don't know who it was that decided they didn't need electricity, but it was turned off. And so they're trying to live there. They have owners, the son owns the property, and they live there. And he's 83 years old, and he presently is trying very hard to get his place cleaned up, and we've made arrangements with a few different people that have helped him load the containers and get him out of there. So, so anyhow, I just would like to ask for some leeway there, because I would hate to be contributing to homelessness by having them sent away from their home. Okay. This affordable housing thing, I'm so into that. I mean, I've been working very hard to take care of that. And I would like to be one of the first ones to know right away about this algae report. I'd really like to have that information as soon as I can. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Herman. I appreciate that. So a couple of things. I was at the CHAB meeting along with Commissioner Lucy, and the plan is fabulous to move everything to not everything, but a lot of things to the NAMS campus. And it not only gives us the opportunity to address the situation with the children who are homeless, and the families who are homeless and the seniors who are homeless, but it gives us an opportunity to then get them into programs where they can do betterment of themselves and that they can cook for themselves. There'll be people there who will help them that. So this project is going to be fabulous. It's got so many aspects to it, and I really want to thank Ms. Howell for everything she's done on it, and thank the governor and his chief of staff for listening to us and caring about what we were concerned about and addressing the issue up here. So I think that's going to be a fabulous opportunity for us to address something key. Seniors are key to us in this community, very, very key to us in this community. This commission is very strong in supporting seniors, and so we are also addressing the issue of drop-in center at the NAMS campus. We're hoping we're going to be able to have a larger daybreak center for seniors who have, dementia, have Alzheimer's, whatever. We're hoping that will all come together. So I think there's just a lot of stuff at this facility that's going to benefit us in the long run, and so we're really looking forward to that. I also was an attendee at the WNDD meeting, as Vice Chair Jung indicated, and it was very well attended. I was impressed with the number of people who came from all over the place, and not just elected officials, but businesses. I've since heard from the gentleman who's the head of the Tesla plant, and he wants to do some interaction with us on some different things. So I think it was a really good meeting for all of us, and so that was good too. Obviously, as we've been talking about, and as many people have come forward today talking about, not just the homeless are a housing problem, but there's a housing problem here, and it's at every level. It doesn't matter if you come from California with a great deal of money. There just aren't homes available, and so what's happening is people who have money are bumping people who have less money, or bumping people who have even less money, or bumping people who have very limited amounts of money, and that group of people are ending up homeless, and that is just an issue that we really have to address. And so I know this entire commission, as well as all of our staff, are really focusing on that as a major issue as this community grows. So those are really all the comments I have. Anything else anybody else wants to add? Commissioner Hartung?
I just want to thank Ms. Howell, Daybreak has been on my radar since I got elected. I'm excited. She's informed me that we've historically had about 30 patients in that program, and now we're working to get 100. And having a working coalition, a working relationship with Nevada Senior Services from Southern Nevada, who has leveraged dollars in just an amazing way. I don't know whether any of you have had the opportunity to take the trip down there to see what Mr. Klein has done, but it is, I'm beyond excited to bring that program. As I mentioned numerous other times, this is a tsunami. Alzheimer and dementia is a tsunami. It's coming for us, and it's happening to younger and younger and younger people now. It used to be only an issue of those of us who are aged, and now we're seeing it infiltrate
I beg
into.
your pardon.
Yes, ma'am. It is. It's an overwhelming issue. And so I want to thank you personally, and forgive me for using your first name, Amber. Thank you so much. Your hard work shows, and the community will really benefit from this program. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Hartung. Absolutely true. One of the other things that hasn't gotten a whole lot of attention, but I think is important for us to recognize, is that our kitchen over in this 9th Street Senior Center is in need of serious improvements, high dollar improvements. One of the things that's on this NAM's campus is a kitchen, an industrial kitchen that we hope to be able to use, and then do away with the kitchen over here and just use that as our way, so we don't have to spend taxpayer dollars to upgrade that kitchen. Not that we don't have lots of other things we could use taxpayer dollars for, but that would be one thing that would be really beneficial to us, I think, in the long run. So that's good also. All right, we will move on. Commissioner Jung, I believe the next is donations, and
Yes,
that
it
is your
Thank you
area.
very much. I would like to direct the attention of the public to items 9A through B3. Item 9A is monetary donations to the Washoe County Regional Animal Services for $9,267.17. Item 9B1, 9B2, and 9B3 are all military surplus donations that we received. Wait a minute, 9B1 is not. This is from the Sparks Police Department, is donating to us an overall estimated value of $7,000 of 113 new and used control energy weapon batteries from the Sparks Police. Item 9B2 and 9B3 are the military surplus donations, and 9B1 highlights the donation of a HH-1H Huey helicopter, estimated value of $922,704, and then 9B3 is various military surplus supplies and equipment like cold gear, sleeping bags, et cetera. And that comes into, the full list is in the packet. That comes to $471,129. And we want to thank everybody who is generous enough to give us donations here at the Board of County Commissioners, and we shall do our best to use them to their fullest capacity. Thank you, Madam Chairwoman.
Thank you, Ms. Vice Chair. I have one person, Mr. Sam Dene, signed in, but I do believe he has left. So we will close public comment and bring it back to the board. I have a motion made by the Vice Chair and a second made by Commissioner Hartung. So all those in favor of the donations, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Are we going to vote on the up?
Not on consent.
On the up screen?
Here we go.
Oh, there we go. Thanks. Okay. Please cast your vote on the screen. Motion passes 5-0. And so we will move on to the consent agenda. So are there any changes on the consent agenda?
Madam Chair,
Are you on microphone?
Forgive me, thank you. We need to acknowledge 10G2, if we may, the Achievement in Excellence and Procurement Award.
Actually, that's on my list to acknowledge. Would you
Forgive me.
please do that?
Thank you. Actually, I think it'd be more appropriate for you to do that, because we have a whole group of folks here.
We do.
And I think I'm always impressed how every year we nail that award down.
So what 10G2 does, ladies and gentlemen, is it acknowledges that Washoe County Purchasing Division it has received for the 23rd Annual Achievement and Excellence in Procurement Award, and for the year of 2018. And this is the 23rd time, as it says, that we've received this, and we have our comptroller and all of their and the wonderful staff who deal with purchasing, and we want to congratulate you and tell you how impressed we are that you guys continue to show top-notch work, and how lucky we are to have all of you working with us. Thank you very much.
Well done, ladies. If there are any gentlemen that are involved, but I only see.
Well, just great ladies. All right, anything else on any of the issues? Okay. Again, I see, I have a motion and a second, but I see on public comment, Mr. Sam Dene, and I do not see Mr. Dene in the office, in the room, so I guess that means he has left, and so we will cancel that. Oops. Come on, Marsh. Okay, so we have a motion and a second. All those in favor of the consent agenda signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. And we do not vote the consent agenda up above. But it is listed. Motion carries 5-0. And so we will then move on to a block vote.
Madam Chairwoman,
Yes, ma'am.
I would like to propose for block in the form of a motion, item 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, and 17, and I know Madam Chair has something to say about 17.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay. Are there any public comments on any of these items, Madam Clerk? I'm not. Public comment. She's checking to see if there's public comment on any of those items.
I see none, Madam Chair.
Okay. Miss,
Madam Chair, if I may, before
we read it? Yes, sir?
yes, I just wanted to acknowledge 12 and 13 and how important these are. This has to do with our stem wharf plant, and this is just such a shining star for Washoe County. It's such, and all I'm going to say, just I don't want to get off topic here, but my complaint to staff when I went and visited the plant was that it didn't smell like a sewer plant.
Well, that's good.
I say that jokingly, but here's the absolute truth, and that is that you have this expectation of what a sewer plant should smell like and what it should look like, and this is the tidiest place you can begin to imagine, and I'm thrilled that we continue to keep it up and put money into all of that infrastructure. So thank you so much, Madam Chair.
Good, thank you, Commissioner Hartung. And so let me also, before you read them, just make my comments on 17. So I want to point out that 17 is a grant from the state of Nevada from the Division of Emergency Management in the amount of $225,000, which will give us the opportunity to do some additional work and studying on the closed basin flooding. And so this is really, it's directed at, and I know it's a project that Commissioner Herman has really been very interested in and very involved in. We're all concerned about the flooding problem out there, and this is money that will help us address that issue. So with that, Madam Clerk, would you please read the block.
You mean Madam Manager?
I mean, Madam Clerk. No, Madam Clerk, you don't have to read them. Madam County Manager.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Item number 11 is a recommendation to approve Amendment Number 1 to the original interlocal agreement dated June 28, 2016 between Washoe County Health District and Washoe County Department of Juvenile Services concerning the clinical infrastructure of the Jan Evans Clinic to provide appropriate adolescent health services for detained youth. The contract's retroactive from July 1, 2018 through June 30, 2021. Item number 12 is a recommendation to award a bid and approve the agreement to the lowest responsible bidder for the Southern Comfort Lift Station Rehabilitation Project for the amount of $235,731.25. Item number 13 is a recommendation to approve an agreement for consulting engineering services between Washoe County and Corallo Engineers Incorporated commencing August 28, 2018 through January 31st, 2020 to provide final engineering design and bidding services for the Pleasant Valley Reach 3 Sanitary Sewer Interceptor Project within the South Truckee Meadows Water Reclamation Facility Service Territory for $838,797. Item number 14 on block is a recommendation to approve the Human Services Block Grant, Title 10 Subgrant Award from the State of Nevada Department of Health and Human Services Office of Community Partnerships and Grants in the amount of $663,807 to promote reunification, safety, educational support, normalcy for children in care retroactive July 1, 2018 through June 30, 2019, and to authorize the agency to execute the subgrant award and direct the Comptroller's Office to make the necessary budget amendments. Item number 15 is a recommendation to approve grant awards from the Nevada Aging and Disability Services Division for the following Older American Title Act Title III programs representative payee. It's $31,218 with a match of $5,510 from ad valorem tax. It's got case management of the amount of $175,663 with a match of $31,003 from ad valorem, and homemaker services for amount of $108,000 with a match of $20,012 also from ad valorem tax, and the following State of Nevada independent living programs: homemaker services, adult daycare, homemaker services, $21,600 with no required match, and adult daycare, $66,070, match of $9,911 from ad valorem. These are retroactive from July 1, 2018 through June 30, 2019. It authorizes the agency to execute the grant award documents and directs the Comptroller's Office to make the necessary budget amendments. Item 16 is a recommendation to approve the fiscal year 18-19 interlocal cooperative agreement for operation of the Community Assistance Center and other homeless services among the City of Reno, Washoe County, and City of Sparks, retroactive for the period of July 1, 2018 to June 30, 2019, in an amount not to exceed $2,531,637 for the operation of the Community Assistance Center. And Madam Chair, read some additional comments on number 17, which is a recommendation to approve a 2017 pre-disaster mitigation grant from the State of Nevada Division of Emergency Management in the amount of $225,000, which requires a county match of 25%, which is $75,000, for a grant term retroactive from August 14, 2017 to March 22, 2021, and if approved, authorizes the county manager or his designee to sign the grant award documents, also authorizing the Comptroller's Office to make the appropriate budget amendments.
Thank you very much, Madam Vice Chair. I've got all kinds of names for you. Thank you very much, Madam Manager. And with that, I see no public comment, so I have a motion and a second to approve this block vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, please cast your vote also on the screen and affirm your vote up above. Motion carries 5-0 with all commissioners voting. All right. So I understand we need a legal session, and we are going to take a short 30-minute break. We will break right now. It's almost 12:30, and we will be back here at 1 o'clock to finish up this agenda. So we will be in recess until 1. My microphone's not on. We are back from recess at 1:02. We are 2 minutes late, so please forgive us, but we will move forward, and I believe we are on item 18.
That's right.
Madam Manager.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Item number 18 is a first reading of an ordinance amending Washoe County Code, Chapter 110.
Madam Clerk, would you please read this for us?
Certainly, Madam Chair. If introduced, this will be Bill Number 1809, an ordinance amending Washoe County Code, Chapter 110, Development Code within Article 302, Allowed Uses, Table 110.302.05.2, Table of Uses, Civic Use Types, specifying that private education will be allowed with a Board of Adjustment special use permit in all regulatory zones except industrial and open space, and that public education will be allowed in all regulatory zones except industrial and open space with no special use permit required. Within Article 304, Use Classification System, Section 110.304.20, Civic Use Types, to add to the definition of education the sub-definitions of private education and public education, and for other matters necessarily connected therewith and pertaining thereto.
Thank you very much. Do I have someone to introduce this, please? All right. We can. Certainly. Staff report, please.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and Chairman. Julie Olander, Planning with Flanagan Building. So before you, you have a update to Table 110.302.05.2 of the Washoe County Municipal Code. We're updating to become current with the code that was updated several years ago for the changes that were made by the legislature. So we're updating the table and then also adding a definition for public and private education. These are the changes that are being proposed to being made. What's highlighted in yellow are the changes. And so you'll see that all public schools are going to be allowed use in all zoning classifications. That was deemed by the legislature, that public schools would not be required a special use permit or any other oversight of any type of entitlement. So the table will be changed, and then we are also adding to the definition. So we're defining private versus public. Private, and the difference primarily is where the funds are coming from. Public schools were receiving community funds where private schools are not. This was brought before the CAB and then also to a neighborhood meeting. We did take it back to the Planning Commission because of a noticing concern, so we did have 2 public workshops. Staff was able to make all the findings, and the motion is provided on your staff report on page 2, and I'm available for any questions.
I didn't even push the request to speak. Thank you, Madam Chair. So Julie, I understand the updating of the code. Here's my concern when it's just an allowed use, that now essentially the permitting process becomes nothing more than a formality, and it doesn't come before us where we get to talk about traffic and the impacts and how this is going to be instituted into a community.
Julie Olander for the record. Yes, that is correct. The legislature took that away from this, and it's statewide. It's not just here in Washoe County. Throughout the state, they do not have the requirements that they previously had. So if a school was being built in an area that was flat or had no encumbrance, then it could go straight to building permit. So
And it never comes to see us. We don't get to talk about traffic impacts. We don't get to talk about any of those kinds of things. I mean, this is not anti-education. This is about having good, sound communities. And you guys have heard me talk about how Spanish Springs was adversely affected by having 2 schools, a high school, a middle school, and actually a third, a private daycare center, which is essentially a school on a 2-lane road. And now here we're just going to march forward with this. And you know, people love schools and they, you know, they cherish them, but they're also a huge impact into the community. And my fear is, and I don't know how we get around this, my fear is by introducing this, we say, hey, look, you guys get to do whatever you want and without any oversight. And so there lies my concern, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Hartung. Any other concerns, questions from commissioners? Vice Chair Jung?
I will introduce Bill number 1809 with the duly noted the Commissioner Hartung's frustration with the lack of home rule here in Washoe County.
Okay. Thank you very much. Madam Manager, we will move on. Oh, I have no public comment listed on that, so I'm assuming there's no public comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The next item is a discussion and possible direction to staff as permitted by the Nevada State Legislature regarding bill draft requests submitted by Washoe County. And as we have in the past reviewed the issues that are of pertinence to Washoe County with staff, we are not recommending that we bring forward a bill draft this session. We've got issues that are cleanup or smaller issues that we feel we can partner with legislators or other entities to address issues that are statewide. So at this time, we are going to not propose a bill draft that would come forward. Those deadlines are this Friday for us to prepare and submit that. We've been working, like I said, with the departments to address specific issues that we will obviously address during session, but that's our recommendation at this time.
Thank you, Madam Manager. Commissioner Hartung.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Excuse me. At NACO on Friday, they talked about a number of bill draft requests that they're going to institute, some of which would affect Washoe County, some of which would not. And I thought it'd be just an overview. And this can also be found on NACO's website under the minutes, Nevada NACO's website. So they're going to talk about 9/11 fees, 911 fees. And how there might be some equity in that. There was another request for issues with GIDs, but that would be for counties of less than 100,000, so it would not affect Washoe County. A diesel tax bill, which would also not affect Washoe County. The creation of 501c3s, which would affect Washoe County, so that we could create a place, a 501c3, where money could be parked and donated, correct. They also talked about changing the current election laws, which can be found in NRS 293260. They talked about, and I really liked this one, surprisingly, Washoe County and other counties, I guess it's statewide in Nevada, forgive me, snowplows don't have the right-of-way. Now, if you're smart, you're going to give a snowplow a right-of-way. But apparently by law, they do not have the right-of-way like emergency vehicles and et cetera. So that's something that they are taking up, which I was very much in favor of. Public administrators under counties under 100,000. And so those are just some of the bill drafts that NACO is carrying. And I just thought it would be an appropriate time to bring that up. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioners, anybody else? I have one public comment, Ms. Tammy Holdstill.
Tammy Holdstill for the record. As a resident, I am kind of disappointed that you guys are not thinking forward. One of the issues you have and you discussed was the amount of what housing costs. And it's time to start thinking ahead instead of trying to scramble from behind. And that is, you should be putting a bill together for rent control. It has to go through legislature. You guys should be working on that right now so that you don't have what's happening out there. You can't stop it at this point, but at least you could start thinking ahead and doing that. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner, Vice Chair Jones.
This is related to the BDR. There is a BDR in the hopper that Senator Julia Ratty is sponsoring for us. And Councilwoman Naomi Dewar and myself have been working very diligently to figure out something that is palatable. And we're not going to call it rent control because it sounds very East Coast and people get scared about that. We're going to call it consumer protection because today, as a renter, you really have zero rights in the state of Nevada. So we are looking at that. We just didn't use that bill for the county. It's because it's not just a county issue, right? Clark's having the issue, Carson, the whole country.
It's a statewide issue.
The whole country is having an issue. So that is in the hopper. Thank you, Madam Chairwoman.
Thank you. Any other comments? We don't need a motion on this, do we? Okay. Then we will move to number 20.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Number 20 is discussion and possible direction to the county manager to utilize 2 or more hours of staff time to establish a county-level affordable housing trust fund, as requested by Vice Chair Jung. I will point out, though, that during this item, we have been working with the Enterprise Group. They're doing a study which has also recommended that there's a housing trust fund, and you've heard several of the public comments today, and Senator Ratty is doing a housing study. So in conjunction with what Washoe County would be doing, this is the request to use the staff time.
And would this allow us then to work in conjunction with them on the same process so that we're getting the benefit of a bigger study?
Yes, this is the commission's ability to release staff time, direct the county manager to have staff time work with this, and that's something we could certainly package into that work.
Okay. Commissioner Hartung.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And one of the things that I certainly hope staff would utilize, we had Congressman Amodei here earlier and try to understand how federal funding might come into play with this. My biggest concern is how we would fund this and any additional taxes that we would potentially levy on Washoe County taxpayers. We have, I can't tell you how many times I get letters from people who say, I'm on a fixed income. I can't, I can afford my day-to-day expenses, but I can't afford to pay more taxes. And so this is not an admonishment of having this conversation. This is really more about having the greater conversation of how will we fund this in the greater region. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Any other comments? I'm looking for a motion.
This is yours.
I want you guys to approve it. Okay, so do I have a second?
Mr. Jung is buying ice cream?
Yes. Are you seconding this? Okay, we have a motion and a second. I see no public comment. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Please cast your vote on the screen and then affirm your vote up above. Motion carries 5-0 with all commissioners voting. All right, we are now on to 21.
Thank you, Madam
Manager.
Chair. Item 21 is approving an amendment to the 2017 Rules of Procedure. The Washoe County Board of Commissioners is looking to amend Section 5.6, which would allow commissioners prioritize requests for use of staff time. And Assistant County Manager Dave Solaro is here to overview this for you.
Mr. Solaro.
Good afternoon. For the record, Dave Solaro, Assistant County Manager. As you are aware, when I became Assistant County Manager, one of the things I was tasked with the management analyst was to help prioritize and streamline the commissioner request process. So we've been working through for approximately the last year, trying to really define a way to better track, prioritize, and become more efficient with the requests that you all make from the dais. One of those enhancements is the use of Washoe 311 for some of those task-based items, those things that you've heard from constituents that we can get into the system. There's already a process in place. Those items can be dealt with quickly, responded back to the constituent. What we're finding is we're left with an awful lot of items that are going to, by nature, take more than 2 hours. And so in an effort to streamline that, we've been talking with you all about your priorities. So each of you have 3 priorities by which staff is working on, trying to help us prioritize the work that is important to you in conjunction with the strategic plan, hopefully where we're trying to head, understanding there are other things outside the strategic plan that come up, and we want to be able to work on those. However, with the limited resources, we think that the prioritization process is really the way to go for you to prioritize for us what your top 3 items are so that we can direct the right staff to go get those things done. As a part of that, changes need to be made, if you agree, within the rules of procedures for the Board of County Commissioners to eliminate the item of a 2-hour rule. So the time it takes staff, when you say it at the dais, to prepare a staff report to bring it back, that could be time spent if you would at the dais instead say, hey, I want to make this one of my top 3 priorities. Let's get working on it. Staff can start working on that right then and there. Now, that doesn't take off the table, if other commissioners don't agree with the priority of the other commissioner, the requesting commissioner, there's still a process within the rules of procedures that any commissioner can request an item from the board, from the manager to be discussed at a board meeting. So, there's still that option there. We're just trying to streamline the process by which your things that are important to you and your constituents can be dealt with nearly immediately, as long as you prioritize it as one of your top 3. So this is a change to the rules of procedures, and I'm here to answer any questions.
Thanks. Sorry, I'm losing my voice here. Thanks, Dr. Solero. Thanks, Mr. Solero.
Wow.
I promoted you in a hurry, huh? My only question is, so currently we all have 3 priorities. So if something comes up that we think needs to be moved into a priority, we can just say, yeah, bump something out, or do we need to tell you what we want bumped out?
We would appreciate it if you told us which item to get bumped out. However, we will follow back up with you after the meeting to verify which one of those 3 priorities really could go onto the back burner while that immediate item is taken care of.
Okay, good. Any other questions, anybody?
Yeah, we're signed in.
Sorry, okay, first is Commissioner Lucy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Solero, I've had, some time to look through this and had some ideas. And I absolutely agree that 100% we need to have more efficient usage of time for staff to accomplish the task at hand instead of writing staff reports and bringing it back in this redundant process. However, I'm troubled with the idea of 3 priorities. It's just, you kind of get limited to the idea is that we're going to identify 3 priorities in which is important to your district. However, there are a lot of things that come up that might be of more, so I'm kind of stuck. I know 3 is probably one of those boundaries that we like to utilize from staff to throw a number at, but there are times and there can be more things that I need to be, because some of the priorities, it's not like I give you a priority and 2 weeks later you've got to turn around and answer for me either. And so with those efficiencies, there has to be some accountability to it. So if we're going to give some priorities, these 3 priorities, there has to be some accountability that we're going to, fulfill those, because I don't want to give 3 priorities and then have those priorities sit in perpetuity. So I don't have the availability to move anything else forward with you, because there are concerns. Commissioner Hartung brought up this morning in regards to, gap studies. We've talked about, I can't even tell you how long we've talked about containers at this dais forever, and we've kind of keep going back and forth in different discussions. And so there has to be, if there's going to be priorities and there's going to be a finite amount of those, there has to be some accountability by staff that those are going to get accomplished in a certain amount of time, or a realistic amount of time, so that, and if those can't be, then there should be some flexibility that it can't be just 3 priorities, that there should be some allowance of some more leeway there. So, I don't think, I'm kind of challenged with this because, and trust me, I'm probably one of the bigger supporters, but now challenged with just the way what the wording is in the staff report. I don't like it, and I'd like to see some different changes so we can make sure that we're addressing everything that's going on in each one of our districts. And some of the priorities that we have may be district specific, but there's other things that might be county-wide specific. So am I going to give up a priority for county-wide issues so the other ones can have, so there's some challenges there I'd like to work through. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Lucy. Commissioner Hartung.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I feel exactly the same as Commissioner Lucy. And I'm going to start with, I don't even like the way the agenda item is styled, Mr. Solero. Approve an amendment. That's subliminally, you're telling me approve this amendment. You're not telling me that we need to have some discussion. You're telling me approve an amendment. And I quite frankly, I don't even like that wording. So I look at the priorities like 3 wishes, and I already wished my first priority was more priorities. So I jest, but do you see what happens when we couch this at 3? What happens when there is an emergency? And it doesn't matter whether we're talking about the Lemon Valley flooding or whether we're talking about a Little Valley fire or we're talking about a school bus and a motorcycle that tangled with one another, and now we need to look at what the traffic flows look like on that road. To couch this at 3, I have a tough time, and so maybe there's a way to do a hybrid. Maybe we can have a conversation about what our commission priorities, and I know that we talk about those as strategic goals, or staff actually bet me that I wouldn't use a Bushism of strategery. You lose. So they said I would not use that word. But
You have to use it in a sentence. You can't just
oh
use
dear, no, I can't. I don't know whether I can use strategery in a sentence.
George did it.
He's more adept than I. But I'm having a tough time with this, and I think we need to have more discussion on what this is really going to look like. I'm not arguing that staff is inundated, but I just completely agree with Commissioner Lucy that at this time, it's hard to sometimes identify priorities, and then what happens is those priorities get pushed to the back burner. Commissioner Lucy brought up a perfect example: cargo containers. I had no gray hair when we started talking about cargo containers. And I hope that by the time we get done talking about cargo containers, Commissioner Lucy doesn't have gray hair. So this is and again, I'm seemingly joking, but this has gone on for a long time. We've had these discussions. So now we've got these priorities, and they sit as priorities, and then we say, well, something else came up, and so now we have to move that to the back burner. So I'm sadly for staff, I'm not supportive of this, and that's where I'll leave the conversation. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Hartung. I would add that I do have a little, and I understand the staff time issue. We've spent a lot of time talking about this is 3 priorities apiece with 5 commissioners. That's 15 hot items that we think need attention immediately. I do have some concerns, though, about county-wide, commission-wide issues, and I'll just use one example, and that's sewer capacity. What do we, I don't know that that's on anybody's top 3 priorities, but that's clearly a priority for this county and for the continued good growth of the county. So I think that maybe there needs to be a little bit more clarification as to how those issues are going to be handled. So maybe we should bring this back for another agenda. Commissioner Hartung.
What I'd suggest, and perhaps Commissioner Lucy and I could meet with staff, because it seems that we're the 2 most vocal, and just have a conversation of what a hybrid process might look like, and we can all throw our ideas into the middle of the table and chew them up and see what comes out, if that is amenable to the board and to Commissioner Lucy.
Yeah, okay. It looks like then we would ask to have this brought back after you have the opportunity to have a sit down. You and the team have an opportunity to have a sit down with the 2 commissioners, and when you do that, I would like you to take into consideration that issue that I just brought up of what do we do about key major growth problems. What are we going to do about sewer capacity? It is a key issue for us. And what's the best practice for us? And how are we going to handle that?
I think, Madam Chair, to your point, the discussion is not only about sewer, how capacity within the county, but when we talk, as you being the chair of the governing board, regional governing board, how that is impactful, and how do some of those strategic plans and how those are impactful to our concerns. We talk about waste management continuously and trash service. We talk about a number of big issues that are county-wide. But when we talk about these strategic, so there has to be some definitely clarity and definition to what these concerns or priority items are, because there are not enough currently, as the way it's drafted, definition to how that lies and where that, and really where it falls. So.
Thank you, Commissioner Lucy. Commissioner Hartung?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And in terms of sewer capacity, I couldn't agree with you more. In fact, I've had lots of conversations with Mr. Smith, Mr. Solero, through Western Regional Water, because that is one of the things that we're looking at Western Regional Water is sewer capacity in the greater region and how that will impact us in the coming years. I couldn't agree with you more. I guess my question is for legal, Mr. Liparelli, are we styled in the proper manner to allow Commissioner Lucy and I, for the board to give Commissioner Lucy and I the direction to meet with staff?
Madam Chair, I'm not sure that's an open meeting law agenda question. I think if commissioners want to meet with staff, they choose the time and place to do that. Your agenda today has to do with whether you're going to amend your rules to allow the prioritization of staff time among commissioners.
So if I may just continue the thought, and forgive me, Commissioner Jung, I'm not trying to step over you, but on that thought, I guess what is happening here is it's not listed in the staff report, but the recommendation is to allow us to come back with a hybrid of staff's request.
Well, thank you, Commissioner Hartung. I think the point is that we just don't make the motion to pass this. We're not going to approve it. And we're just going to simply say, please pull this back and have a discussion with the commissioners, and I don't think we need a motion to do that.
Do we need to just table, can we just
Yeah,
table
we'll
this
just table
item for
it,
now?
so. Okay. So, and I don't see any public comment on this issue other than what we already had. So let's move on to item 22.
Madam Chair,
Thank you,
before
Mr. Solero.
Item 22 is an appeal of the Washoe County Board of Adjustments denial of special use permit case number WSUP 18-0006.
Okay. Can we have presentation from staff, please? Yep. Oh, public hearing is open. Presentation from staff, please.
Good afternoon. Julie Olander for the record, planner with Planning and Building. This is an appeal for the Arrow Creek Middle School grading. On June 7th, it went before the Board of Adjustment, and the Board of Adjustment was not able to make the findings and denied the special use permit for the grading permit. The school board then appealed the decision on June 14th. The application for the special use permit is the following. It's a request for a grading of approximately 28 acres, approximately 247,980 cubic yards of cuts, and 748 cubic yards of fill, and then 10 no slopes greater than 10 feet in height to facilitate the construction of the new middle school. Middle school is located between Thomas Creek and Crossbow on Arrow Creek Parkway. Here is a site plan of the school showing the play field and the proposed buildings. This is sort of going north, east-west if you're following the road. You can see where Arrow Creek is, Parkway. Here is a slope map. The dark, which is sort of a red, that is where there's slopes that are up to 30% in slope. Staff reviewed the application and found that there's very little vegetation at this location. The regulatory zoning is low-density suburban, LDS. The applicant indicated there'll be no import or export of material, and the grading will be screened from public view from the adjacent roads, neighboring properties with extensive landscaping of approximately 566 trees, 2,492 shrubs. The project was presented to the CAB on May 3rd. There were numerous questions concerning traffic, dust control, views from existing houses, and water runoff. The CAB recommended that the special use permit be moved forward to the Board of Adjustment. There was one email received.
The school district has met with with staff and neighbors since the Board of Adjustment denied the application and the appeal was filed. The school district has requested some changes to the SUP conditions. These were presented, these three changes to the conditions were presented at the Board of Adjustment, but because the Board of Adjustment did not move the application forward, they never got added to the conditions. The first condition was concerning blasting. The second one was about construction hours. The third was concerning noise. Since that meeting with the Board of Adjustment, there has been one other condition that the school district has asked to change concerning the boulders on the site. They asked that when feasible, the boulders would be left on, if not feasible, the boulders could be removed under the direction of the planning director. So those are the four changes we're proposing, or three updates, additional conditions, and one amendment to the conditions of approval. There are staff is presenting two possible motions to agree with the Board of Adjustment or to disagree with the Board of Adjustment. And if you choose to disagree with the Board of Adjustment, you will have to, staff would ask that you would include the additional conditions that were presented today. And I'm available for questions, and the applicant is also here.
Okay. Commissioners, do you want to hear a presentation from the applicant?
Absolutely. I think that's only fair.
Okay.
One moment. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the Commission. For the record, Angela Foose with Loomis & Associates here today on behalf of the school district, and I think we are just getting perfect set up. So the request before you is a special use permit, and it started out as a request simply for grading. A school is an allowed use in this zoning district. It's a public school. So there are no other triggers for a special use permit other than a grading permit. So keep in mind too, when you're coming up with the findings for a special use permit, these are the findings that you have to consider. One is consistency, and that has to do with consistency with the area plan and with the zoning codes and all the development code regulations. I'm going to walk you through step by step of how we're actually consistent with everything, and we've gone above and beyond actually the code requirements to make sure we are consistent with all those requirements. Another finding is improvements, and are there adequate improvements to address the project? I'm also going to walk you through the things that we're doing in addition to the site. So what you have right now is land that's vacant, it's owned by the Forest Service. We're making some significant improvements to the site, and we'll walk you through those. And then the rest of these site suitability, again, is this a site that's appropriate for the intended use and for the grading that's proposed? Is there anything that's detrimental as part of this grading plan, and are there any effects on military installation? To give you a little bit of history about the property and how it's gone through the acquisition process, the U.S. Forest Service has a grant program that if you're going to use a site for education purposes, they will grant you the property. So there's a process you have to go through, there's an environmental assessment that you have to go through, and there's a series of community meetings. All of that has taken place over the last year. And what we have before us now is it's a 90-acre property, everything outlined in green, and we will be acquiring 60 acres, so that southern 60 acres is part of that process. We have gone through multiple community meetings. One was held last fall, another one was held in the spring, and then more recently we held one last month. One thing that's happened through this process is that the site...
Ms. Voss? Commissioner Hartung has a question for you.
Can I just stop you and ask you a question, about, go back by one slide, Angela, if you would. According to the staff report that was submitted to the Board of Adjustment, the parcel is plus or minus 91.46 acres.
Correct.
And you guys, the way that I read this is that you're going to grade 28, is your footprint 28.4 acres, or is that just what you're going to grade?
There's a big portion of the property that's left undisturbed, so that will be acquired through the Forest Service process, but a lot of that will be left as open space and undisturbed.
So you said 60 acres would be acquired. Is that total? So that'll essentially orphan 31 acres?
That top half there in the lighter green will be left as Forest Service property.
Okay.
The bottom half, everything in the dark green, that's about 60 acres. And that will be what the school district ultimately has control over.
Okay, so the place where, is that Thomas Creek that's flowing through that section at the top there?
To the right is Thomas Creek, and to the left, so on the end point.
What's the natural drainage that I see traversing across? Because I have it up on my screen also. I have the county mapping system, so I'm trying to understand what that natural drainage is that's just outside of what you're requesting, and it looks like it empties into Companion Court.
There are several drainage ways, just significant major drainage ways. No, I shouldn't say significant. There are several drainage ways that cross this site.
Okay.
We do have a map further along the presentation that shows those drainage ways, and it's more so associated with the grading plan.
Okay. Now, I was mainly concerned with what the ask is in terms of total acres. So there's still going to be about 31 acres, 30 acres of what will be Forest Service or open space.
Everything to the north of that dark green rectangle will remain in ownership by the Forest Service.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Foos.
Thank you.
Okay, so as we went through that Forest Service process and those community meetings, there were a number of site modifications that were made, and they were made specifically to address concerns from the neighbors, and as we went further along in the design of the school, things that we did to make the project better. So some of those things specifically we'll talk about today are drainage. That's been a huge topic that you heard about today in public comment. Another one is traffic, and what are we doing to address concerns on Arrow Creek Parkway? Initially, when this was submitted to the Forest Service, there were 3 potential school sites, and that was why the greater 90 acres was shown as part of future acquisition. We scaled that back. There's only 1 school proposed, so at any point in the future, there's only 1 school proposed for this site. That then reduced the amount of land and acreage that was part of this project. We did add significant amount of parking, again, to address concerns, and we did add a traffic signal. That was another concern. And that traffic signal is on the far right at the corner of Thomas Creek and Arrow Creek. Another concern that was brought up had to do with faults. Just to give you kind of an example of how many fault lines are in this general area, this is a map here on the left. This came from UNR's fault map system. So as you can see, there are a significant number of faults. That doesn't mean that development hasn't occurred in this area, nor is it not going to occur. What we've done is we've narrowed it down to the site plan. So you can see on the right-hand side, we have 2 fault lines that run through the property. We modified the site plan to make sure that there's no buildings or structures located anywhere near those fault lines. Again, that's a concern that has been brought up again and again from the neighbors, but just to give you an overall sense of fault lines and how common they are in this area and how we've addressed them, we wanted to show you this map. Another question came up during the public meetings on slopes. So here on the left is a map of the existing slopes. Green, as I would say, means good. Those are slopes that you generally want to develop on. Steeper slopes are in the red areas. So we've modified again the site plan to try to work within the slope area that conforms with your zoning code and with the area plan of trying to stay within slopes below 30%. And then the drainage design. So we've done some unique things to the site to try and conform to the code and add additional drainage amenities, I would say. And one of them has to do with on-site infiltration. So you can, within the playing fields and the parking lots, put in some low-impact development, otherwise known as on-site infiltration techniques, where you're basically capturing the water and bringing it down rather than collecting it and having it drain to other locations. So we've done that as part of the design. Also on our detention area, that area on the top right is our detention area. So here, I think to Commissioner Hartong's question is, where are some of these existing drainage ways? There's multiple drainage ways. One is on the top on the northern piece. Yep, and that is on the corner of where Crossbow comes into the site. And then another one, it drains basically from Arrow Creek and runs basically right through the property to the north as well. So when you have detention, one thing that you have to keep in mind is everything that drains off the site today as a vacant piece of property cannot be increased. So we have to capture that detention and make sure we don't increase that. That's the code requirement. What we've done is we've basically taken the minimum and we multiplied it by 3 and said, we're gonna make it better than it is today. So those concerns that those neighbors have about drainage today is because it's a vacant site draining onto their property. We know we're gonna put in buildings and we're gonna put in parking lots. So how do we make sure we don't make the problem worse? Again, through those infiltration areas in the parking lots and in the sports fields, that takes care of part of it. And then the other part is creating that detention area. So it slowly captures water during a big storm event and it meters it off the site. So those neighbors that have problems now, their drainage situation is going to be improved on. So it's actually going to be better than what it is today. And then traffic. One thing that's unique to this site is we have added basically a private road connecting Crossbow Court to one side to Thomas Creek on the other side. So that road does not exist now. All those schools where the parents drop their kids off at Huntsberger and at Sage Ridge now have basically 2 points of access. They can take Arrow Creek Parkway to get to their school on Crossbow, or they can take this private road. It's not intended to be used as a thoroughfare, but if something were to happen and Arrow Creek was no longer accessible, this gives those other 2 schools a secondary way to get out and get to Thomas Creek and back over to Arrow Creek. We're also adding a traffic signal, and we're putting it at a location that makes sense. It's gonna go at the corner of Arrow Creek and Thomas Creek, and that's where the fire station is, so it makes most sense to have it at that location. We've also added, again, school zones with flashers. We've put parking along that private roadway. We've made sure that we've had a bus route, which is that yellow line to the north, so that everything is separated where the school buses have one route and the parents that are dropping off and picking up have another route. So all of this has been taken into consideration as part of this long process that we've been to dealing with neighborhood concerns. Parking was another concern because there's not a whole lot of parking anywhere else on this location. There's a code requirement that we have to have at least 109 parking spaces. We took that and we multiplied it and we said, what makes sense? So we looked at what the other middle schools in the area have, and that's current middle schools that are being built and ones that are existing. And we added even more. So ultimately we have more parking on this middle school than any other middle school in Washoe County. And all of that, again, is done because we want to make sure that there's no additional parking on any of the residential streets. Keep in mind, we also have 2 other schools nearby. So if there's a big event and let's say there's a band concert or something going on where the school's having an event, if the 543 spaces aren't enough, we also have Sage Ridge Elementary School and Huntsberger Elementary School. Sage Ridge is more than an elementary, but it's a second school that's nearby. So if we had to have additional parking, it's nearby. And vice versa. If those schools have events, they have this school parking to help with them. And then landscaping. So we wanted to go above and beyond on the landscape code. We put in over 500 trees, over 2,500 shrubs, and we tried to put that landscaping in a place that helped to protect the neighbors, protect views from Arrow Creek, so in locations that made sense. But we didn't want to add it in a way that would just add landscaping in the middle of nowhere. We wanted to protect open space as much as possible. So everywhere that you see is green is going to maintain that natural, undisturbed landscaping as it is today. And again, to go back to the findings, we've talked about how we've gone really above and beyond code requirements for landscaping, for drainage, for parking. We've addressed the area plan to make sure that we're not creating engineered-looking slopes. We're trying to make them more natural and to fit in with the natural topography. We're putting in extra improvements to the streets. We're adding additional parking. We're adding a traffic light. All of these things are above and beyond what's required per code. So in looking at the findings, meeting the findings should be an easy decision for you today. Julie also went over some of the conditions of approval. Just to reiterate the same thing, we had 3 new conditions, M, N, and O, and those are pretty basic ones, just based on some of the other schools that are under construction now. We wanted to make sure that these conditions were added in case there's any issues that came up. It basically gives the planning administrator the ability to review plans and have control over development. And then amendment to condition H. That just had to do with the condition that if we have boulders on the site, which this is Nevada, and there's going to be boulders in the dirt, we have to use those boulders within the landscaping. So we want to make sure that we're not tied to every single boulder that's found has to be used in the landscaping. But again, it's up to the planning director to make that decision and approval. This just gives us a little bit more flexibility in case there's something that's out of the ordinary that we're not able to meet that code. And that concludes my presentation. We do have staff here from the school district, as well as our engineer and traffic engineer, if you have specific questions that we were not able to answer as part of our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fuss. Commissioner Hartung has a couple of questions for you.
Can you go back a few slides? I'm sorry, I didn't note there, right there, back one, right there. So the connecting road that is going to connect Crossbow with Thomas Creek that goes out front of the school. And sadly I can't point at it, but the sort of snaky road that goes to the south side.
Does this have a pointer?
No, sadly it doesn't. I'm sorry. It does the.
Yes, so that road on the southern half of the school is the road that you're talking about.
Yes. Who's going to ultimately own that? Will that become, are you guys going to ultimately dedicate that over to Washoe County, or will the Washoe County School District maintain control and maybe even access and do all the maintenance on it?
Correct. So the Washoe County School District, it will be a private road maintained by the school district.
Okay, good. I like that. Who's going to maintain the detention ponds that will be on your property?
Let me have Adam answer that. I'm not sure if they're going to be. Okay.
That's private also, school district. Hi, good afternoon. Adam Searcy with the Washoe County School District. Yes, all the improvements on the site, specifically the detention basin, will be owned and maintained by the school district.
Okay, good. Okay. I have just one other question, and Adam, you can probably answer this. So you're using pervious asphalt throughout the whole entire project, is that correct? So all of the roads and that will be pervious?
No, it'll be traditional asphalt.
I thought I heard Ms. Foos say that the
parking lots.
The parking lots and that would allow, thank you, Madam Chair, for infiltration of water.
So rather than infiltrating the water through the asphalt, like what you're implying, we're going to capture that runoff from the asphalt and enter it into an infiltration system.
Okay, so you're not using pervious asphalts that will allow water to pass through them.
Not that technique, more like a French drain type of scenario immediately off of the parking lot.
Okay. Have you considered using pervious asphalts?
I don't know that we have on school district projects. No, I'm familiar with the technology, but
yes.
Ultimately, same net result of on-site infiltration.
It just increases the infiltration. It means that it doesn't necessarily reach a detention basin. It doesn't necessarily have to flow off. It has an opportunity to infiltrate at that point. Okay. And so a couple more, if I may, Madam Chair. So you guys are using a 3 times factor for retention of drainage, is that correct? Explain that to me. So for every, for every normal acre foot that would flow off of the property, you're going to capture 3?
So that verbiage was a convenient way of explaining kind of the end result, right? We actually looked at it more first from the standpoint of what's required by code to mitigate our impacts, and then more so from the standpoint of what is a reasonable, cost-effective balance that we might actually go above and beyond code and improve it. We didn't per se begin with the logic of let's achieve a 3 times code end result, but similar to the parking, what is required by code, what is a cost-effective design solution that we might achieve, knowing that there are valid concerns associated with on-site parking or drainage, and it just turned out that approximately 3 times what's required by code is what we were able to cost-effectively achieve.
Well, so you I don't think you were in the room earlier when we were talking about a gap funding study where we look at gaps in required infrastructure where we say, how can we have development? And look, and I don't care whether it's a school or whether it's a private development. You know, the idea is that the amount of water that flows off the property should be at least what is currently flowing off the property. That's the base. That's what is forced by code. But if you can increase that, if you can be a benefit to the community in this whole process of grading, that would be very beneficial. And I understand, Madam Chair, that we're here to talk about grading, but this ultimately leads to the next portion of the project.
I understand, but I think at this stage of the game, let's just kind of try and stick with the plan we've got before us, because I have a long list of people who want to testify from the
Understood.
public.
Okay.
Thank you, Commissioner Hartung. Commissioner Lucy, you had one other thing?
Chair, I would like to ask Mr. Searcy briefly, on the map that I'm looking at, on the north, it would be the northwest or southwest corner. There is storm drainage off of Arrow Creek Parkway that comes off of Arrow Creek and into the subject lot. What is I didn't see any necessary plans in the presentation. What are you guys doing in regards to that drainage specifically from that flow? Because it kind of looks like it flows right onto the property. So is there a plan to address that stormwater?
So kind of in the north.
Yeah, it would be the northwest corner. It would be right closest to Crossbow Court and Arrow Creek Parkway. There's stormwater vents off of Arrow Creek Parkway that feed right onto, would be the, like I said, the southwest corner of the property there. What is being done with that to address that drainage specifically? Because you'll have all that water flow off of Arrow Creek Parkway that's going to be from that stormwater. What's going to be done with that? Are you guys building stormwater basins up there? Are you retention ponds up there? Are you moving that water away? How's that going to be dealt with?
So there's actually some stormwater detention in that northwest corner of our site associated with that private roadway. So you can kind of see from those contours as it goes off-site into the uncolored area that drainage continues to the north and east and goes into that subdivision. When we bridge that drainage way with our private roadway, we'll place a culvert and be able to provide some detention of stormwater there as well, ultimately reducing the peak flow volumes downstream in that drainage way, similar to what we're doing on the other side of the property.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And with that, we will open, we're going to go public comment on this hearing. On this public hearing, we have a number of people who have asked to speak, and so we will start with Mr. Steve Wolgast, and after that will be Ms. Kimberly Gomez. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I'm Steve Wolgast. Commissioners, it's premature to grade the Arrow Creek School property. The property still belongs to the Forest Service. Bill Dunkelberger of the Forest Service said that his office would be receiving public comment until the end of August and make a decision about transferring the property in September. Is the school district allowed to grade property they don't own? The school plan is still tentative. Adam Searcy estimates that the design is only 75% complete. Should we be grading a property, design still subject to change? The school plan is still tentative, and it has not been approved. It has not been submitted to the Planning Commission. No construction work should start until there is an approved plan to work to. The design still has problems yet to be addressed. Traffic capacity to drop off and pick up students is really inadequate. Beyond the school property, there is inadequate road capacity in the surrounding intersections. This concern is that much greater in case of an emergency when all 3 schools may need to be evacuated. The school design will increase flooding in the neighborhood and pose a flash flood risk for some homeowners should the inadequate earthen detention pond fail. Grading will pose an erosion risk if done this late in the season. This winter's runoff could flood the neighborhood with mud and damage the newly graded features. The school is desperately needed. The overcrowding of local schools has reached a scandalous state, but approaching the design and construction in a reckless manner is irresponsible. The parents, homeowners, and taxpayers should expect to see a safe and cost-effective design that is executed in a rigorous and responsible manner. The school could easily last 100 years. Now's the time to get it right. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kimberly Gomez. And then Ms. Pamela Newshell? We'll let you pronounce it when you come up. Hello, Ms. Gomez.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, and thank you for your time. I'm here to convey my deep concerns about Arrow Creek Middle School grading plan. My husband and I have lived off of Thomas Creek Road for over 27 years and agree that a middle school indeed is needed up in this area. Our concern is about a serious drainage issues that is still not fully being addressed. Because of this, we feel that a decision to go ahead with the current grading plan is premature, and we respectfully ask for you to please deny this plan in its present form. The drainage issue is still being evaluated by Washoe County School District, county engineers, contracted engineers, and privately and hired engineers. They have all agreed that there are valid safety issues involved. Washoe County School District plans on constructing a 3.19-acre detention pond holding 1 million+ gallons of water, 12 feet deep. It will be located above our neighbors' homes and directly across Thomas Creek Road, east from our home. The detention pond is over an easterly fault line, which happens to be a serious, well-defined fault line, which is in a direct violation of the Nevada Earthquake Safety Council guideline. The school itself was pushed further back west to fit between the east and the west fault lines. According to the outside engineers, the school will create hardscapes, roofs, asphalts, and concrete. This will increase runoff by many times. As stated in the Forest Service latest environmental assessment, the potential for soil erosion and surface runoff would increase due to the removal of vegetation, creation of impermeable sources, and altered drainage patterns due to construction. As it is now, our side property, which is about this degree angle on top of the hill of Thomas Creek, floods often. I have seen heavy runoffs of water flowing down Evening Song as well as down Thomas Creek Road. This road has deep trenches west of Thomas Creek Road, 2 to 3 feet deep as well. These are very old neighborhoods and therefore do not have an adequate storm drain to handle the additional water runoff. Under the current plan, all of the downstream neighbors would be negatively impacted due to poorly conceived drainage plans and an over-eagerness to proceed quickly. In conclusion, we're asking for Washoe County School District to please solve the drainage issues rather than keep settling for better than good enough, and for the commissioners to give them time to do so by denying this present plan. Again, thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Ms. Pamela, and I'm going to let you pronounce your name. And then Mr. George M. Thiel will be after Ms. Pamela.
Pamela Netushil.
Netushil. And I thought Burke Bigler was bad.
No, it's not at all. Good afternoon, County Commissioners and Madam Chair. I'm here to just say I'm on Companion Court, and we get flooded when we have heavy rains, which has happened in the last few years. I just wanted to say I'm all for the school. I have a granddaughter that goes to Sage Ridge. I have had 3 grandkids going to Sage Ridge. And I know the traffic just with Hunsberger, Sage Ridge, trying to get onto Arrow Creek, especially Wednesdays, is not too good. So I want you to consider that. And and we had a fire alert about 3 or 4 years ago, and everybody's gone, where to go? And our creek came to a complete stop, and we couldn't get down. I have horses that I wanted to evacuate. I didn't know which way to go. But anyway, it's just, the flooding is pretty bad. And that's all I have to say, I think. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. George Thiel, and then Mr. Craig Meckley. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the commission. My name is George Thiel. I'm a professional engineer in the state of Nevada and 4 other states. I've been retained by Mr. Meckley and Mrs. Paula Meckley with regard to the proposed facilities proposed by the Washoe County School District contiguous to their site. The major concern that I have, and we've all poo-pooed this fact that there's faults all over the state of Nevada, but very few have the recognition of the U.S. Geological Survey with their seismology division that identifies the fault that runs through the center of the detention structure. The issue that I have is structural integrity of that detention embankment or levee should it fail. You need to keep in mind, based upon the amount of water that was intended to be studied or stored behind that structure, varies from about 2.25 acre feet to 3.19 acre feet. And if you consider this as having this detention structure, this levee on the side of the hill, over a period of time with shaking events, which one occurred up there in 2015, the structural integrity of that dirt embankment would be affected. Long-term is if there's a catastrophic event due to the shaking, we lose structural integrity, you could see a wall of water up to 13,700 CFS come down that site. That, if you keep this in mind with the 2005 flood that occurred on the Truckee River with a flood stage of 28.8 feet, that equates to that same level that would come down from this site. The other issue is the detention basin. And just so everybody knows what it is, a detention structure delays the amount of water that's coming through the Meckley's property. And this water, regardless of the size, would be damaging to their property. From that point of view, all we're going to have is a structure that delays the impact over long term. And I'm running out of time, but what I've submitted is a summary of my notes and a 20-page report, and I apologize that didn't get to you sooner, but we had meetings with the school district and the county engineer up till Wednesday of last week. All in all, it is my professional opinion that this project does not meet the requirements of the Truckee Meadows Drainage Manual, period, or the goals of that. It's just improvement to construct this channel directly behind the back wall of the Meckleys.
Thank you.
With that, I'm sorry, if there's any questions, I'll be glad to respond at some other point in time. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank
And
you.
Madam Chair, for the record, Mr. Thiel had submitted some documents which I distributed to you and will put on the record. Thank you.
Mr. Craig Meckley, and then after him, Mr. Charles Johnson.
Thank you very much for your time. My name is Craig Meckley. I'm a licensed landscape architect in the state of Nevada. My address is 13120 Companion Court. I live in Thomas Creek Estates subdivision, which lies directly below the proposed Washoe County School District site. I moved into that home in 1984, which is 3 to 4 years before the Washoe County Master Plan was even created for this area. For the first 15 years that I lived in the home, my home did not flood. After Washoe County approved the Saddlehorn subdivision and built Arrow Creek Parkway, the first of 5 serious floods occurred. After the third flood in 2007, I contacted Norm Lindeman, the director of Washoe County Roads Department. He visited my home, surveyed the damage, and concluded the Saddlehorn culvert under Arrow Creek Parkway was directing its surface runoff to the Forest Service property that ultimately ran downhill through my property into the rest of Thomas Creek Estates. Also, 2 Arrow Creek Parkway DIs, drain inlets, were also contributing to that concentrated flooding. He got permission from the Washoe County Engineering to block the culvert and to weld plates to stop the Arrow Creek Parkway DI discharge as well. After he did it, the flooding stopped. He put a letter in my file directing his staff to monitor and maintain the culvert's blockage. When the county missed or overlooked his directed maintenance, I flooded again in 2012 and again in 17. In 2018, I informed County Roads Department, and I informed also at various meetings, I also informed the Washoe County School District of this failure. I tell you this history because the Washoe County School District's grading and drainage plan will exacerbate this existing flooding problem by building the 28-acre school campus. The county and the Washoe County School District are acutely aware of the lack of an adequate storm drain infrastructure on both Thomas Creek and on Arrow Creek. Their detention pond method of design is just more band-aiding of the current enhanced domino effect coming from the south. I am not opposed to the school. I'm merely bringing up issues given to me by Mr. Teal that this site has serious problems that have not been addressed to allow construction based on the current grading plan. If the Washoe County School District cannot safely protect me and the rest of my Thomas Creek Estates residents not to harm any of those downstream neighbors, the special use permit denial by the Board of Adjustment should be upheld. And in closing, if I may, if you were me and you lived below a structure that was 400 feet long, 12 feet high, housing 3.19 acre feet of water, which equates to roughly 1 million gallons, 60 to 80 feet right behind my home, you would be here too, asking you to help.
Thank you, Mr. Meckley.
And Madam Chair, for the record, Mr. Meckley submitted a report from Thomas Sawyer at Piedmont Geosciences. Is that correct? He just had one copy. I can pass it amongst the board if you want to see it, or I can keep this and put it with the record.
Put it in the record, please.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. And next will be Ms. Donna Santos. Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman and Commissioners, for allowing me to speak. My name's Charles Johnson. I live in close proximity to this project, just to the north of Companion Court. First and foremost, I'm not objecting to the construction of the proposed Arrow Creek Middle School. The school is needed, and I'm one of 1 million grandparents raising a child who could potentially go to that school in 2 or 3 years. We would much rather have a school there than apartment complexes or other commercial development. With that said, I do object to the transfer of the U.S. Forest Service land to the school district until the proposed traffic patterns and drainage plans are modified to the reasonable satisfaction of the residents, and that guarantees are made that any adverse drainage activity realized as a result of this project will be promptly mitigated by the school district. As a 15-year resident living in close proximity to the proposed school, I feel the existing plans do not adequately address either of these items and strongly believe the Forest Service should not transfer the property to the school district until the plans are further reviewed and modified. No project is ever completed without incurring unintended consequences. The immediate neighbors of the proposed school will have to live with those consequences forever. Therefore, it's important to minimize the potential problems to the greatest degree possible during initial construction. Traffic. None of us can figure out why there's not an entrance off the main thoroughfare on Arrow Creek Road into the property. Traffic will come up Arrow Creek, turn right or north on Thomas Creek, and then in front of the fire station, potential congestion is a major potential. Is that going to restrict emergency vehicles from exiting? I personally believe there needs to be an ingress-egress directly off of Arrow Creek Parkway to eliminate that traffic on Thomas Creek. On drainage, there's two major draws that have been discussed, and this coming down from the north side, the northwest side, down into Companion Court, and another to the north east portion of that, down into between the property that the Meckleys and Demus have. Those properties regularly flood today. The school district has proposed a 3.19 acre foot detention pond in the draw in the northeast corner of that property. If the recent 4-inch rainfall that occurred in Thomas Creek, my time is going to be up, you've got this on your, I've submitted all of this to you. I urge you to read that before you make any decision on it, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Next is Ms. Donna Santos, and then Mr. Dave Keys.
Madam Chair, just to confirm what Mr. Johnson said, he did distribute some written comments, which I passed out to you and which will be put into the record.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Donna Santos, and I live at 13215 Thomas Creek Road on the corner of Thomas Creek and Companion Way. I am also an eastern neighbor to the Meckleys and share a common drainage easement. I'm not against the school being built, but I do have some major concerns regarding the drainage from the school site to Companion Court and ultimately to Thomas Creek Road. During the 2017 atmospheric river event, we had approximately 6 inches of water running around the perimeter of my house and approximately 12 inches of water in the crawl space under the house. Also during the event, I witnessed a large stream of water running down Companion Court, and at one point it began to rise, and my son, Laurel Santos, helped our neighbor at 13105 Companion Court build a dam to divert the water from entering into his garage. At the end of the event, I also saw a large pile of mud at the end of Companion Court that was a result of the water running through the Meckley's yard in between two houses at the west end of Companion Court. Two solutions to the potential flooding of the houses would be to construct a second detention dam on the school site above the detention dam directly south of the Meckleys, or divert the water from the school site directly east onto Thomas Creek. Thank you for allowing me to speak on this matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Santos. Mr. Dave Keys, and then Ms. Donna Keys.
For the record, Madam Chair, Mr. Keys has also submitted something for the board, which I'll distribute and put on the record. Thank you.
Could we have the overhead, please?
We'll see how that works. Can you wait to start that till we get this going here? Do you see it?
We see it, yeah.
Okay. Fault lines, I'm Dave Keys. Fault lines on this site control the school location, the grading plan, and the resulting drainage. Seeing the fault study in January, the school district planners completely scrapped their 2-year-old plan, but did not disclose either the fault study or this plan, despite a public meeting in February for that purpose. Seismic trenching is still required to confirm the fault locations, which I will show you, and that could alter the plan significantly. So exactly what plan might you be considering today? It would be wise to postpone or continue your decision until the seismic discoveries are complete and a final plan is produced. That would avoid today's risk of a second denial for the school district and would allow your board to reach a sound decision based on a less speculative grading and drainage plan. In February, the school district misled the Forest Service and the public. They kept this plan concealed until May, despite its wholesale changes from the plan that was presented. Planners are now leading you down that same path, asking for your approval, while an entire new plan may yet be required. The seismic trenching which may bring that about, cannot be started until the Forest Service transfers the land. That decision date is unknown and cannot be assumed. Final seismic data will determine the school location with possible changes. In the worst case, the project may have to be abandoned due to those refined locations. Neither the school district nor your board knows any of those conclusions at this point. So here is the map. Angela has already shown you the two faults, which determine that the school can go right here only. There is no other location. If these faults move, we have nowhere to put the school on this site. You can see that the fault also crosses the detention pond. And the NSSC guidelines state that no critical facility be placed over the trace of a late quaternary active fault, which this one is. And I would say this qualifies as critical with the neighbors below it. At the August 8th public meeting, the school district did not discuss or display the faults, and Adam Searcy called this plan conceptual. In your fault study are more details on these faults. I can pass those to you later, but I would recommend that you read those on page 2 and 3. And please don't venture a decision based on this unfinished conceptual plan. Understand that the Forest Service comment period is still ongoing, formal objection is not complete, and decision on land transfer has not been made. Fault trenching could change this plan.
Thank you, Mr. Keys.
Thank you. I'll leave this map here.
Ms. Donna Keys. Caius. Sorry, I pronounced your name wrong.
That's okay. Most people do. I'm Donna Kais, and I'm a grandmother who probably has at least 2 or 3 children that will go to this school. I support this school. I'd like to see it built. I would just like to see it built with these considerations that you've heard in mind. My, I guess, thing is mostly the safety, and I'm concerned about the school safety issues that threaten the 1,500 students and staff that's possibly at this school could be directly related to this grading plan. Either or both portions of the interior road could be blocked by an earthquake or a wildfire. Those might be rare events, but the road will be surely blocked twice a day, every day, by parent and bus traffic. Imagine a student hit by a car or a bus at drop-off time and needing immediate life-saving medical attention. The nearby fire station will be unable to get medical help there quickly through the traffic on Thomas Creek and the interior road, or another school event that might require strong police response. Meanwhile, the 4 lanes of Arrow Creek Parkway sit unblocked and lightly used, but completely unavailable as an entry for those first responders. The plan is clearly in need of an emergency access point on Arrow Creek Parkway, and such an opening exists on the plan. A minor grading change to support a 200-foot emergency-only road would provide quick access to the front and east side of the school. Otherwise, the surrounding double 8-foot retaining walls preventing access by emergency personnel and vehicles. The same walls could trap those 1,500 students and staff in an event of a catastrophe. Both the Washoe County and the Washoe County School District have refused to include any emergency access and to realize the potential liability of its lack of there on this isolated site. You could help prevent that tragedy. Every parent hopes that you will direct both agencies to include such a necessary feature in this plan. Someone needs to act responsibly. Thank you.
Thank you. Miss Mary Love. After. And then will be Mr. Lewis Test.
Thank you for hearing from us today. My name is Mary Love. I live at 13140 Companion Court, the receiving end of all of the floodwaters that have come through our area. We live right next to the Meckleys, We have worked very, very hard on our property. We've lived there for coming up on 35 years. We lived at the end of a dirt road when we moved there with no surrounding buildings. We were there by ourselves initially. The detention pond is right behind our homes, behind the Meckley's home and behind our home. What I've seen over the last few years is flooding consistent over the last 5 years. We've had major stormwaters through the Meckley's property and through our property. Craig Meckley and my husband Ron took out 23 cubic feet of sediment that landed in the cul-de-sac on the 2017 flooding area. It's a major potential for flooding again, and the school is going to be a major problem that needs consistent work. The Washoe have decided to plan to build one retention pond to receive the water that naturally occurs on this property. The water flow will actually increase when the school is built, and they have told us about 3 times as much water can be expected from what the engineers are telling us. So what they have planned is already at capacity. So if there's any more than that, there'll be a major catastrophe. So the runoff continues. They want to continue with their plan, but they don't want to think of alternatives. What I'm asking today is for you to postpone this decision to grant them an okay to do the grading until they have developed more realistic planning of what else they can use on that property. They only have one detention pond. They could possibly have 2 or 3 other detention ponds. I really liked your suggestion of the permeable pavement. I thought that would be a possibility. All that hardscape just is going to increase the flow of water into our area. And we're just asking for you to allow the school district to have more time to make these decisions and not give them the authorization today.
Thank you, Ms. Love. Thank you.
you.
Next is Mr. Lewis Test.
Madam Chairman and members of the commission, as you indicated, my name is Louis Test, and I do represent the Meckleys. I think you've had an opportunity to hear of all the concerns that the residents in that area have. You have to make certain findings. One of the findings deals with consistency. The consistency is consistent with the action plans, policies, and standards of the Southwest Master Plan. If you look at the appeal that was filed by the school district, if you look at one of the findings that they had in there is the Washoe Department of Community Development and Public Works will establish and oversee compliance, I'm trying to go fast with the grading, so as to minimize the visual impact of residential and non-residential hillside development. I'd like you to imagine this room is about 60 feet long. I want you to put 12 foot up there, okay, and that's going to be at your backyard. Now, how is the planning department going to help eliminate the visual impact that that's going to have on the residents next door to them? The next one says that all your design should be on 3-to-1 slopes, what they've done, but they've also said that it's supposed to be undulating. What they're talking about doing from the plans that I've seen is they're just putting a rock wall 10 feet tall all the way across for the slopes. There's no undulating, there's no curvature. They aren't being consistent with the plan. The other ones we agree with. Nobody's complaining about having a school there. They're just saying put it in there in such a fashion that it isn't going to have an adverse impact on the neighbors, which, by the way, is one of the other findings that have to be made so far as a special use permit is concerned. Improvements. There are no improvements. You've heard that. We've tried to figure out a way. There's supposed to be an overflow valve in the levee that is 12 foot high and 400 feet long. They have to have an overflow valve. We said, well, why don't you just put a pipe in, direct it over to Thomas Creek Road, and drain it there if there's a problem? Can't do that because the facility won't hold any additional water. So there's no facilities currently in the area to handle that. So I don't know how you can make your findings of consistency and improvements. And the last one, of course, is no detriment to the neighbors. I ask you again, you put a 12-foot detention pond with an overflow valve that comes directly into your property, and what's going to happen? It's going to flood. And it's going to flood the same way it has before, and there's no piping, there's no place for that overflow to go according to the current design. We would suggest that this matter be continued at this point so that we can have an opportunity to explore certain alternatives with the school district so we can come up with something that at least gets the water not going right into the middle of our property, but goes around the property, whether it be in a facility or not. Don't pass this right now. If this fails, the county is going to be responsible, and so is the school district. So it has to, you don't have a Lemon Valley situation. You look at this very closely before you proceed so as to eliminate a patchwork for a problem that has to be fixed.
Thank you, Mr. Test. Seeing no more public comment, we will close public comment, bring it back to the board. Commissioner Lucy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a couple questions, maybe for Mr. Searcy or Mr. Etchart. Mr. Searcy. A couple things we heard during the public comment this morning, this afternoon, that I need some answers to. One, has Washoe County School District actually fully acquired the piece of property from the U.S. Forest Service at this time?
Not at this time.
When are you expecting to acquire this?
The final public review period associated with the acquisition is scheduled to close at midnight on August 31st, and we anticipate letter of decision from the Forest Service regarding transference of land first week of September.
Okay. In regards to that discharge from Arrow Creek Parkway and that southern development, and I don't think these concerns that these individuals have are unreasonable. I think, damage to property, and, I've lived up there since 1982. I know that area vehemently well. There are challenges with that. What are you guys planning to do with that discharge out of that stormwater drain? I can't project my screen up onto the map, so nobody can look at it, but I can see it from our mapping. There is a stormwater drain, and I probably need to address it with our staff in the letter that we received, that there has been discharge inlets that have been sealed off. Do you know anything about this? Or have you addressed these? What is your plan with that?
Well, so to your point, we also agree that these concerns and comments are reasonable and valid, and that speaks to our design and our efforts to go above and beyond as far as detaining those stormwater volumes and actually improving the situation for those downstream of this existing property. So, strongly agree. That's why we've been working so hard to develop these facilities and improve the situation downstream. As far as the reference you made to the plated DIs, a gentleman previously made mention of some of the public infrastructure on Arrow Creek Parkway. Suffice it to say that the assumptions in our drainage calculations assumed basically a more conservative scenario wherein those DIs are actually open and contributing flow to the on-site that we're retaining, or detaining rather. So along the line, we used conservative design assumptions. We will be using conservative construction assumptions and generating these calculations in an effort to reduce downstream flows from their existing condition.
Okay. Now, in regards to the timeline and process, for whatever reason, if we were to delay this, what are the challenges in your timeline delay? I mean, if this were not to come in front of us, if we were to table this or bring this back, how does this impact your timeline in regards to progress? Just, can you give me some overview to that?
So this project obviously is on appeal, or this particular SUP is on appeal from the Board of Adjustment. We've been subject to an objection through the Forest Service acquisition process that has yielded an additional 30-day public review period. All of these have, I guess, delayed the start of construction. You know, because we open schools in the fall, and this particular school will take upwards of 18 months to construct from start to finish, we're really running up against a point in time where additional delays to the entitlements and ultimately the start of construction would likely cause the school to open a year later.
A school year later?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I will also just, you know, kind of clarify for the record, there's lots of discussion about final details. This, of course, still has to go through a formal grading permit and a building permit review by staff. This is special use permit for grading only at this time. We're not going to obviously be able to begin construction until we actually have the formal permits in hand.
Okay. Mr. Smith, can I have you come down, please? Mr. Smith, can you address, you know, obviously there is some significant drainage, and you and I have spoken a number of times in regards to Thomas Creek, which lies to the direct west of this site, but there are significant drainage off that hillside to significant properties. Are you guys working with the school district to address some of these grading issues that have been brought up today?
Yeah, thank you. For the record, Dwayne Smith, Director of Engineering for Washoe County. Just last week, met with Mr. Teal, Mr. Meckley, and school staff to look at these drainage issues. I think we have two conditions. We have a culvert pipe underneath Arrow Creek Parkway. That culvert pipe has historically been closed, as well as the DI is welded off. That was done in response to some flooding issues, as best my understanding that have occurred in the past, and as you heard Mr. Meckley attest to. I've asked my staff to look at the perpetuation of the closure of that culvert pipe and those welded DIs to see if there are any downstream drainage impacts. In the meantime, I understand, in talking specifically with the design engineer that the school district has retained, and as stated by Mr. Searcy, their design calculations included the water that would go through that culvert pipe. So number one, I think that their design calculations have fully taken into account that additional drainage through that culvert pipe and have approached that conservatively. If we can find a way that the downstream perpetuation of the drainage channel on the south side of Arrow Creek can be maintained and not impact downstream users, that will lessen or reduce that volume of water that will enter the Forest Service's property that then is perpetuated across into the area that Mr. Meckley lives. I think we all have also heard that under current conditions, be it that culvert pipe closed or not, that there's been impacts. And I need to be clear, because I was clear with Mr. Meckley in our meeting last week. And it's very unfortunate, but flooding can occur anywhere. Impacts can occur anywhere. It doesn't matter if you're on the top of a hill or the bottom of a hill, or in this case, in a natural drainage area. Impacts can occur. So under the current conditions, there's no plan, there's no way to mitigate any of these potential impacts. In the future, if there is a school site built here, and they have attested that they will address those off-site flows and their additional on-site flows through a combination of on-site LID, low impact development design standards, and detention, I believe that through this process, the situation can be improved. I firmly believe that this is an opportunity to help that situation. Ultimately, Washoe County Code has to be followed. That's what my staff does, is they review the plans, they review the projects to make sure that the code has been met. My staff has assured me, and based on my conversations with the design engineer, that they have addressed those and have gone above and beyond. So I feel at this point, with the information provided, confident that there is a beneficial approach to reducing the impact of drainage onto these residential areas. I cannot guarantee that there will never be impacts if the school is built. Likely there will be, but I have a feeling strike that, it's not a feeling. I know based on the design that's been proposed and the refinements that will be gone through during the permitting process, that improvements can be made for the benefit, from a technical standpoint, will be made for the benefit of the downstream property owners. Another way of saying this is that there's other areas in Washoe County where we have these same types of situations. And if I could go through and had the funding to build detention basins to do these things, I'm thinking of areas along Toll Road, I'm thinking about Golden Valley, I'm thinking about Lemon Valley, I'm thinking about other areas, that if we could build basins to do just what's being proposed and actually detain volumes above what that off-site flow being generated from the impervious surface areas that are being added, it would bring a benefit. I wish I could do that in other areas as well.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Hartung.
May I ask Mr. Smith a question while he's up there?
Certainly. Mr. Smith.
Mr. Smith, the George Teal report that was distributed to the board today, have you had a chance to review that?
It was given to me just prior. I leafed through, hit a couple of bullets. I haven't had a chance to go through detail.
So you just saw it today?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Hartung, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As usual, for the record, I need to make a disclosure. Mr. Teal, you probably don't remember, but you were my client probably 25 years ago when Teal Engineering was at the corner of Franklin and Gregg. So did a lot of work for you. I was trying to put your money in my pocket where it belonged. So you're a very good client. While I understand we're here to talk about grading, Madam Chair, I also understand that grading becomes part of a greater plan. I have deep concerns with the way that we've got ingress egress off of Thomas Creek. It's not going to be widened. I know what's going to happen a couple of times a day there. It's going to be very, very difficult, and while I respect the fact that they've put in a light, I think that Thomas Creek needs to be taken into this ultimate plan. And I also believe that in some way, shape, or form, there should be ingress egress off of Arrow Creek. Traffic for schools, and while I understand, again, we're looking at grading, but traffic for schools to me it's just so rarely addressed properly. And I'm sorry, Mr. Searcy, and I'm sorry, Mr. Etchhart, but I can take you to numerous places. I also have great concern with the fact that the Washoe County School District doesn't own this property, and it's still going through the review process by the Forest Service. What happens? I'm going to play devil's advocate. What happens if the Forest Service says, nah, we need to pump the brakes here, and we need to revisit this, where maybe it's not right that we allow this parcel. And the Washoe County School District argument would be to say, well, we've already started grading. So I have a few concerns, and so I'm still very much a fence setter here. It's not that I'm trying to hold up the building of a new school. I get that, but I want to make sure that the impacts are mitigated. And we talked about how developments, regardless of what they are, can benefit the surrounding neighborhoods. I'm very inclined to say I'd like to see a better plan and how that's going to occur. That's all I have at this point, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Hartung. Vice Chair Jung.
I have a quick technical question, and it might be you, Mr. Searcy. Would the school district begin work on a piece of property it had not been cleared as an owner of prior to the title and?
No, we wouldn't allow.
So you're not planning on grading this until the Forest Service says this is a done deal and this is now the school district's property?
Essentially, yes. There's a number of permits that we wouldn't be
Sure,
able to
but you would
obtain.
never start working on a piece of property that you don't own?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Jung. Commissioners?
Okay,
Let's
Madam
have a
Chair.
discussion. Yeah.
Mr. Smith, did the Washoe County School District start grading the pads and the placement for the school, the footprint in Sun Valley concurrent to the acquisition of that property from BLM? Because I believe, no?
Yeah, I would defer to the school district. I don't know the answer to that question.
So again, Adam Searcy, Washoe County School District. Very similar scenario in Sun Valley where we acquired public land from the BLM, went through the grading special use permit process concurrent with the acquisition process. However, we didn't actually gain the grading permit and start construction until that process had been concluded with the BLM.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Let me ask a question. Mr. Searcy, I think it's probably directed at you. I'm curious about the detention pond. It's not going to have water in it all the time, is it?
No, absolutely not. In fact,
don't-
very rarely will
Normally,
it
yeah,
actually
just when it
retain
rains and
water.
there's runoff.
Yeah, only larger events, in fact, will largely pass water straight through except for in
Yeah.
larger events. And even then, it will continuously discharge until it's emptied just in a matter of minutes to a couple hours.
Having a big body of water like that sitting over the top of my house would worry me a great deal. So it's nice to hear that it's not going to have water in it all the time. One would hope that it will drain much faster than Swan Lake is draining. So with that, I will go to Commissioner Lucy.
Thank you.
Mr.
Mr.
Searcy.
Searcy, you just hold on to that thing, buddy. You're not going anywhere for a second. In regards to the aesthetic qualities of that retention pond that are going to back up to that piece of property, if it's going to be on the northeast corner of the property of the 30 acres of the subject property, which backs up to all the residents of a companion court. I've seen what you guys done at Sky Ranch, being that Commissioner Herman and I both sit on the Capital Protection Committee. It's just a big rock wall. I mean, what are you going to do? I mean, to Mr. Test's discussion with the master plan and what are the proposals from you in regards to that? Because if you're talking about 60-foot, 12-foot high retention pond, because you're going to triple, and I'm using what you've told me, you're going to triple the protection for these individuals, but creating a bigger pond, different. What are the plans?
So specifically referring to the aesthetic treatment associated with the detention pond, but also you could apply this to really the entire site. So it starts really with what they call a curvilinear retaining wall designs. We heard undulation earlier, but really it's a variability or an articulation or variability within the walls to try and blend into the natural topography. Obviously, the topography rises, so there are some changes in vertical, but fitting into the natural topography in a more natural way with the construction of the retaining wall is kind of where it starts in the grading. Anything that we disturb, we're going to revegetate with native seeds. We're going to plant extensively with native shrubs, irrigated shrubs maintained by the school district, as well as permanent trees. So there was an exhibit in the presentation that literally referred to over 500 trees that will be planted on the site, and over 2,500 shrubs, including extensively.
But that's for the whole project.
Yeah, I don't know.
And so I don't want to get into the too much of the weeds, but I want to see some kind of. I'm a very visual person, so I want to see obviously one specifically where you plan to put those those retention ponds, and I don't remember from the presentation specifically where those were located, so, and I don't have that presentation. And then two, I'd like to see some of the back, and there's got to be renderings. I know Ms. Foos, and they do that very, very easily. There was renderings in the presentation in regards to what your proposals for drainage. I'd like to see some more of the renderings in regards to what your plans are for the detention ponds. I think that makes a world of difference for these individuals that are here today. Because once again, we haven't said, not in my backyard, and I don't want a school. I know some of the families actually, I know their children and their children's children that would go to the school. My kids will go to that school. I want to know, though, however, that we're protecting property and we're not degrading property for individuals that have been there for 30, 40 years. So I'd like to see some more of those visuals. And if you have them, I'd like to see them. If you don't, if I can look at those. So, I mean, at this point, I'm not, I want to support this. I want to continue to see the school built. I just still think that there's some challenges here that haven't been addressed. And what would be, I'd look to my staff now, what is the process? If we delay this today, what is their process on their ability? If we table this item, can they bring this back, the appeal back at a different time? Do they have to go through the entire appeal process? And once again, can somebody answer that for me?
Through the chair and Commissioner Lucy, for the record, Trevor Lloyd with Planning and Building. The process really depends on the direction given by this board. It might be a real challenge to get it on the next meeting. I don't think that's a possibility. However, if it were to be continued, postponed, we would want adequate time to gather the information. But we would really look to you for that very specific direction. What is it that you would like to see in terms of additional graphics, additional reports if necessary. But with that, I think we could schedule this on a meeting probably in early October. That would probably work.
So, Mr. Lloyd, let me ask you, the meeting on the 18th, which is normally our non-business meeting, that will be a very light meeting. Isn't it possible for us to get it on September 18th? I mean, we can do business on that day. We just don't, we normally do, other kinds of business, but we can do this kind of business, and maybe that would be a good day to get it on because there won't be a lot of other heavy issues on that day. So we could, if you've got the time to work with the school district and the residents to see if we can't resolve some of these remaining drainage issues, I would like to see it brought, if we're gonna delay it today. I mean, I'm totally in support of the school. I think it's a great idea. It's a perfect location for a school, but I do think we need to be cognizant of the water issues, since we tend to have a lot of problems with water issues and floods in our valley anyway because of the type of terrain we have. So if you guys could work with them between now and the time it would be published for the 18th, I think that would be the perfect time to get it on, September 18th. Okay. And that doesn't delay them so long that it would delay their process. They should have Forest Service approval by then. I think it kind of clears up a lot of extra questions that some of the commissioners have. And I would like you to also work with Commissioner Hartung on the permeable, is that what you call it? Permeable asphalt, and see if there's additional costs associated with that, or if that may actually be a resolution that would solve a lot of the concerns about runoff. So if we could get that and schedule it for the 18th, I would like that. And do we need that, Mr. Liparelli, in the form of a motion?
Madam Chair, you have in front of you an appeal today. So typically your choices are to uphold the decision from the inferior board, or reverse it, or modify the decisions. And continuances can be accomplished, but usually only with the consent of the parties to the appeal, because parties to an appeal have a right to have a decision. So if the school district is amenable to continuing the hearing to a different date, that could work, but if they want to, if the district wants a decision today, they're entitled to one.
Okay. In that case, school district, would you like to come talk to me? The goal here for us is that I think the commissioners generally, I won't speak for them absolutely, but I think generally we are supportive of this school going here into to this location. We certainly don't want to delay it another year, but if we can, if there's some way we can work through some of these extra little problems and then still not push your schedule out so long, I think that would be the best solution for us.
Pete Etchart, I'm the Chief Operating Officer for the Washoe County School District, and I have a hard time speaking on behalf of the entire school district on this behalf, but I will make just a couple comments. First of all, I'd like to say I think Mr. Smith's comments as far as the drainage are extremely apropos for this situation. I think the staff has worked incredibly hard to address the drainage issues with this area. When I see the peak flow being reduced by such a significant number, I agree with Mr. Smith. I mean, being a resident, I'm very, very close to where this school is going to be built. I'd like to be able to see this happen in many areas. We are completely at your will. If you want to continue this, to have more discussions on this item, we'll obviously be here and we will not object to that. We want to make sure that we answer any questions you have and the community has. We have worked very hard, I believe, as far as having public meetings to address all these concerns in a very transparent and accountable way, in my opinion. So we want to continue that. We believe we have addressed all the drainage issues at this site. We will continue to work with it. You know, it's ironic that we could actually reduce the drainage that goes behind there. We could reduce the size of the dam, and it's no longer 12 feet with about approximately, I believe, like 3 feet of freeboard. We could probably reduce it by many feet, but that's not going to help the drainage for the area. We want to actually reduce the peak flow that impacts these neighbors. So that's why you're showing a detention dam that's actually about 12 feet in height, because we're trying to fix the area. We're trying to help the drainage in the area. So yes, we can always have more conversations, but we stand and we firmly believe in this design.
Thank you, Mr. Etchart. And I would say my experience with the school district and certainly with Ms. Fuzz is that you guys are fabulous and you're great to work with, and you are very straightforward with us all the time, as is Mr. Smith and his team, who really know what they're doing. So I appreciate that you've put a lot of effort into this and you guys have really done a good job on it. I still think, though, there's some questions for at least two of our commissioners who are really a little nervous about some of the drainage based on some of the things that people said today. And so if it's possible to work through that process, I would, and it's not going to be such a major delay for the school district, I would like to see if we can give it a couple of weeks. I have Commissioner Lucy, who has, our first commissioner, excuse me, Commissioner Lucy, Commissioner Hartung, who has asked to speak.
I just, and again, I recognize what's in front of us, but I am still terribly concerned about traffic patterns, and I think that needs to be addressed while grading, that you're addressing the ingress egress points. And you're going to hear me say this lots of times in the future, and that is only because my constituents live this every single day.
I know traffic is a very important issue for all of us. Commissioner Lucy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, I agree with your comments, Chair Burkbeckler, is that I think Mr. Etchart and Mr. Searcy have done a phenomenal job in regards to providing me with the information in regards to the project. I mean, I've sat through a number of capital improvement meetings where we've discussed this project. However, I would just condition that we table this item until we have an actual transition of property from the U.S. Forest Service to Washoe County School District. We've had the comment period has been closed. It gives us an opportune time for our staff and Mr. Etchart and Mr. Searcy to sit down with Mr. Thiel and his clients to address some of these concerns. Because to Mr. Etchart, to your point, I don't disagree that what you're trying to accomplish with the building the retention ponds is a benefit to all the individuals, but have we really discussed it with them? Because they're going to be the ones directly impacted. Maybe they don't want to see three times. Maybe they want to see 1.5 times. Who knows? But those are discussions that probably need to occur with these individuals. And I'd like to see those conversations occur before it comes back to this board for a final permit, or we're issuing a grading permit, because I'm hearing concern about stormwater, and we have discussed stormwater at length at this board, not just about District 2, but I mean, every district has had some challenge with stormwater and how we're dealing with it. And we need to deal with it in the most smart, sensitive way going forward, because these individuals have been there for 40 years. And if this school is going to continue to be there, you know, and I know Commissioner Hartung is concerned about traffic. I'm not as concerned about traffic. I've seen traffic, you know, at the DePaul Middle School is also in my district, which is right down on, off of, God, and I can draw total, Wilbur May, thank you very much. Wilbur May Parkway, I see it in the morning when I'm taking my son to school, and it's really not all that bad. So there are other ways to mitigate the traffic issue. My concern is still property damage and destruction of property for those individuals downstream of this, and you know, I'd like to see, I've seen snowstorms up there that have been impactful, I've seen rainstorms that have been impactful. Let's just figure out a way forward, because Toll Road, which we've talked about, Mr. Smith, you know, there's a degradation of property in certain drainage pitches because it's actually washing away pieces of property and continuous property. But if we can prevent that, I think that's a benefit, but at what cost? So this is really a cost-benefit thing for me at this time. So that's my final comments. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Is that a motion?
Thank you, Mr. Liparelli. Mr. Liparelli has something to say. Thank you, Commissioner Lucy.
Madam Chair, the appeal was filed on June 14th, and so the board is within the 60 days time period for conducting the appeal by having this hearing, well, maybe, I don't know, when it was deemed complete. That's the key date. My point would be, if you're going to continue it, since this is a public hearing that was noticed, that you continue it to a specific date that, that the school district agrees to, so that you capture the noticing that's taken place and you're able to resume this hearing without having to start over.
Good. That would be my proposal, to continue it until the September 18th, if that's acceptable to the school district.
That would be
Okay.
acceptable to, in my motion. So if the school district is fine with that.
Absolutely, we accept. Again, Pete Etchart, Chief Operating Officer, for the record.
Thank you.
So
That is a motion. That is a motion that we continue this item to September 18th and have some of those further discussions, that the transference from the U.S. Forest Service occurs before we have that appeal hearing.
I will second with discussion. What if that's not enough time? What if they can't get the issues resolved by September 18th?
Then we'll have to deal with it in September 18th.
We'll deal with it at the September
It'll be up or
18th
down.
meeting.
Okay, that's all I'm happy, thank you.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second, and we have done public comment. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Please cast your vote on the screen and affirm your vote up above. Okay, the motion passes 5-0, and so we will reschedule this hearing for the did I say the 18th of September? Thank you. And on that note, we will move on to public hearing item 23. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Item number 23 is a second reading and adoption of an ordinance amending Washoe County Code, Chapter 2.
Madam Clerk, would you give us a second reading, please?
Certainly, Madam Chair. If adopted, this will bear ordinance number 1622, an ordinance amending Washoe County Code Chapter 2 by adopting supplement number 14 to the Washoe County Code and all clerical and technical corrections made therein.
Whew, that was a big one. Okay. Do we want a staff report? No. Okay. Could I have a motion? And what was the ordinance number?
Yeah.
1622.
1622?
I'll make a motion to adopt ordinance number 1622.
Okay. Commissioner Herman, do you want to second it, or you want me to? Okay, seconded by Commissioner Herman. I see no public comment. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Please cast your vote on the screen and affirm your vote up above. The motion carries 5-0 with all commissioners voting. Thank you. So, Now we go to 24. We don't need 24, right, Madam Clerk? Madam,
That's correct,
right,
Madam Chair.
Manager?
Item 24 is not necessary, which would be a closed session for the purposes of discussing labor negotiations.
Okay, then we have our final public comment. Okay, Mr. David Kais.
Eyes with a K in front. I really put in another request because I'm a geology major from way back, and I never got to read my fault study quote because I was out of time. So I think it has far wider implications than just this school, so it's nice to have a few more seconds to do it. From the fault study that was presented in January that the school district saw, but no one else knew it existed or ever got to look at it. And you have the pages, but I'll pick up a few highlights from page 2 and 3. These faults are part of the Mount Rose fault section, which is the single most likely candidate to generate the next damaging earthquake in the Reno-Sparks area. It also poses the greatest risk of surface fault rupture hazards to engineering structures in southwest and central Reno, including the project site. There's an estimated 70% probability of this shear zone producing a magnitude 6 or greater earthquake within the next 50 years. And my point was going to be that, so rather than conceal this, let's use this information for proper planning and for your decision. And it seems right at the end of the board adjustment meeting, I made almost the same speech. I would like to say thank you for your listening and your consideration today. I just appreciate that. And relaying your personal experiences. We felt that we could not talk about traffic and parking today because we were addressing the specific denial of the Board of Adjustment. So Mr. Hartung brought up traffic, which is still a consideration. I've been struggling with Adam Searcy for 10 months on traffic and parking and spent endless hours drawing maps, counting traffic, and it's still a concern, but it has very, very slowly improved. And Mr. Lucy, I drop off a grandchild at DePoli also, and other grandchildren at several elementary schools in the south end of Reno. I would probably disagree with your assessment there. I do it a lot, and I go to special events at the school too, mostly because it's a different site. They have flat residential access on 3 sides, which allows much of the traffic to disperse. It can't do that on this site. It's all crammed onto that interior road and on Thomas Creek behind a signal. But I've counted so many parents who pull into those 3 neighborhoods and just dump kids, or pick up kids, or park endlessly on the streets, park illegally in the bike lanes, everywhere else to make that work, and it can't happen here. So thank you all. We'll be back in a couple of weeks and see you again. That was great.
Thank you. Ms. Tammy Holdstill.
Tammy Holtstill, Lemmon Valley Swan Lake Recovery Committee for the record. A couple months ago, this board voted to spend $100 and some $1,000 on the bird study for the dock. And when I took those photos that you guys saw earlier, I had to walk out on that dock. There has been no maintenance done to that dock, so I'd like to know where that money went. Because the only thing that's keeping that dock together are the metal poles on each side, because the straps that are supposed to keep the sections together are gone. They're not there for whatever reason. And if you guys are spending hundreds of thousands of dollars on something, it should be in pristine condition by this point, since it just was approved a few months ago. So that is my request, formal request. I'd like to know where that money has gone and what work was done, because from what I was seeing, that nature study has not been worked on. The road has not been worked on. That road going out to that nature study has 3-foot potholes, washboards going out to it. How is anybody supposed to get out there to walk that when they can't go through the road? And as far as the rest of it, you've all heard it before, the water's still there. It seems like we're a joke by listening to you guys, but I guess awareness is hitting the point, considering we still have residents who are not in their homes, they're not back in their lives. As it was stated before, we're not going to rest until they are back in their homes and they have their lives back. They don't have their lives back. And one of them happens to be a veteran, elderly veteran, who is still living in a fifth wheel on somebody else's property. It's really sad. It needs to be changed. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other public comment, we will close public comment, bring it back to the board. Ms. Manager.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Your final item is a Commissioner, County Manager announcements, reports, and updates, requests for information on topics on future agendas.
Okay. I see none. No comments from any commissioners. We will close that, and with that, we are adjourned.